signed up never went up, and with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Where tyranny dies and wisdom lives. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, I want to encourage you guys to subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show and get involved with Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is doing such important work on the front lines, starting high school and college chapters across the country. That is tpusa.com. That is tpusa.com. You guys can follow this QR code right here to subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Deeply appreciate that. We have long-form interviews that are coming with great regularity here on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. An Ask Me Anything episode was posted this morning. We also have Cliff and Stuart Connect Lee, which we had at Freedom Night in America, and so much more. So that is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page, and subscribe to a couple episodes. While you're at it, also, please download the Real America's Voice app. We are here in the Real America's Voice studios in beautiful, sunny West Palm Beach, Florida. So make sure you guys download the Real America's Voice app, and deeply appreciate everything that Rav does for us and for the country. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Understand that at the height of what they call democracy is to make elections irrelevant. Real democracy is bureaucrats calling all the shots, is what they say, because they're experts. By democracy, they mean give us power and you guys sit down and shut up. The last time a federal purge was tried was actually during the Eisenhower administration. And they said, oh, you're purging all these communists. So they're trying to reckon back to this. But it was Eisenhower in his farewell address who warned about this. Now, people know about the military-industrial complex component of this speech. What you forget about is the unelected technocratic scientific elite. This is Dwight D. Eisenhower who warned us, and his warning has now come to surface. This is the fight that he predicted. Is it the people or is it the technocrats? Is it the people or is it the scientific elite? Is the same people that said 6 feet to slow the spread, the same people that tried to require you to take a vaccine that you didn't need? Play cut 39.
Yet in holding scientific research and discovery in respect, as we should, we must also be alert to the equal and opposite danger that public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. It is the task of statesmanship to mold, to balance, and to integrate these and other forces, new and old, within the principles of our democratic system, ever aiming toward the supreme goals of our free society.
I mean, this is so prescient. He saw this entire fight coming. He saw the forces that were gathering beneath the surface. This was a largely subterranean threat. And with every new department that we approved, Department of Education, Health and Human Services, we strengthened this unelected scientific managerial elite. It is the cult of the managers, mid-level managers. They're not overly imposing when you meet them. You'll never know their names. They don't work necessarily very hard, but they slow down the spirit of America. They waste a lot of money, and I'm not even saying they're evil people. The Faucis of the world are a separate category. But these are the enforcers of the regime. And it really makes you wonder, who won the Cold War? This is a very Soviet-style way of running your government. Bureaucratic, entrenched, centralized, lethargic. It is the malaise of the bureaucratic class. And for decades, we have ignored this problem. For decades, we've acted as if we've had a president, and we didn't. And that is why, when Joe Biden was basically brain dead the last 2 years of his presidency, things continued to move on, because he didn't actually have duties or responsibilities. It was senior White House staff. It was middle management workers. People would say, who was running the country? It's never been the president. Donald Trump tried to exert this power in his first term, and as you remember, he was attacked from every possible direction for that. Barack Obama was a ceremonial president, and he enjoyed it. He was able to do his March Madness picks. He was able to kind of go to the Oscars, be a popular guy. That's what they want the presidency to be. Celebrity, nice smile, good to the media, say a couple things, not an ultimate decision maker. They want to turn the presidency into the King of England. Has a lot of history, but no actual power. They want to turn the presidency into the monarchy of Europe. Oh, remember when the Queen or the King ruled over these lands. And instead, their version is the Cass-Sunstein model of government. Is that there will be conference rooms of people that know better than you. And by definition, this belief system, this version of government, minimizes the citizen. The bigger the government, the smaller the citizen, as Dennis Prager would always say. But you can't have big government without big bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is the middle fat of government. It is the beer belly. It's very hard to get rid of. It is sluggishly annoying against all of your aims and your ambitions. And it works against what Alexander Hamilton would talk about in the Federalist Papers, I think Federalist 70, if I'm not mistaken, the energetic executive. If you want a executive with energy and spunk and vigor and spirit and vitality, how are you supposed to do that if you have this permanent bureaucracy? And the permanent bureaucracy, which we used to call the deep state, but it is better described as the administrative state, is against almost every single objective of the current administration. And the example this weekend was from the Treasury Department. An activist judge granted more power to the bureaucracy than actually Scott Bessent. Who is in charge is the fundamental question. Who is sovereign? This is why citizens, we need to step up and continue to stay in the game. Mark Halprin joins us next.
If anyone has told you that gaining weight, feeling tired, and struggling with nagging digestive and joint issues is just a part of getting older, they are wrong. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and after years of struggling with these same issues, I found a new way to support my health at home by making one simple change to my diet. It's called BioComplete 3. BioComplete 3 works by restoring your gut health from the inside out. This is a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and have kept the weight off for 25 years. It's not just me. This is working for everybody. Joe helped his gut health, and you can see the changes, not just how he looks on the outside, but how much better he felt on the inside.
I was 270. I'm now 140. It just feels amazing. Thank you, Dr. Gundry.
I helped all these people achieve incredible changes to their weight, their digestion, even their skin. And for a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being along for the ride. We are monitoring breaking news related to the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Hamas is accusing its Jewish neighbors of breaking the terms of that peace agreement. As a result, the Muslim terror group is postponing a planned hostage release that was set for this coming Saturday. In a post on X, Hamas says the release is being pushed back until further notice. In response, Israel's defense minister is instructing the country's military to, quote, prepare at the highest level of alert for any possible scenario in Gaza. He also describes the postponement as a complete violation of the ceasefire agreement and the deal to release the hostages. 79 people taken on October 7th remain in captivity in Gaza. Only 20 are scheduled to be released during the current phase of the ceasefire. President Trump's cabinet will likely continue to fill out this week, and Tulsi Gabbard, or as Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are expected to be confirmed. Gabbard, who was President Trump's pick to be the next director of national intelligence, will face a cloture vote this evening. Her nomination is expected to make it to the full Senate floor for a full confirmation vote tomorrow. The former Hawaii Democrat will likely win confirmation, despite potential defections from Senators John Curtis of Utah and Mitch McConnell of Kentucky. McConnell is also expected to vote no on RFK Jr., who will likely face a confirmation vote before the full Senate in the coming days as well. The preliminary cloture process is also underway to bring a Senate floor confirmation vote for Agriculture Secretary pick Brooke Rollins, Commerce Secretary nominee Howard Lutnick, and President Trump's choice to head up the Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler. Plus, Thursday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to vote on Kash Patel as FBI director. And while President Trump was scoring touchdowns and big plays on Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson was scrambling and punting. While attending the Super Bowl in his home state, the Louisiana Republican admitting he and his Republican colleagues in the House may be forced to delay bringing a draft of a funding bill to the floor. That one big, beautiful bill, as President Trump has described it, would include money for everything from border security to tax reform. Johnson says the details of the spending bill are still being worked out. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile. While we may have won this election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading that charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It is a call to action, a clear call to action. Defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks. If you have a cell phone service today, you can get a cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call or text you make. You guys can either have woke wireless or Patriot Mobile. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is Mark Halprin, political reporter of Mark Halprin's Wide World of News, which we just became a paid subscriber of. I encourage you guys to do the same. And also Two-Way TV. That is twoway.tv. Mark, welcome back to the program.
Very nice to be here, although, Charlie, I got to admit, I almost canceled for 2 reasons. Do you want to know what they are? Yes, you do.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Number one, you still haven't come on Yes, you still haven't come on Two-Way. And number 2, there is a new glowing profile of you in the fake news New York Times today. So how can I trust you when you are giving unlimited access to the New York Times? It's very questionable, very sus.
People seem to like that article, but
yes,
anyway.
Very favorable.
So Mark, yes, thank you, Mark, for that. And so Mark, I have several questions. I want to start with this CBS report that shows that President Trump's approval rating seems to be rather significant for him and for other presidents. How does this compare with his first term? And can you give us some presidential history and perspective? How do approval ratings tend to trend the first 6 months, 100 days of a presidency? Give us some perspective, because from my recollection, they start high and then they tend to taper.
Yeah. Look, this is Donald Trump's high point in most polls compared to his first term. But this is such an unusual situation. It's in some ways a second term, but of course in some ways it's a first term. The energy, the mandate, the fact that he won the popular vote this time, but not the first time. Most people who run for president and win twice do worse the second time. Trump did better the second time. Okay? So more of a mandate, 4 years off to think about how to do the job, more activity. You think about the early days of the second Obama term or the second Bush term or the second Biden term or second Clinton term. It wasn't like this at all. So when I talk to Democrats, strategists about why Donald Trump is doing well, why the voters like him, or I look at the data, it's pretty clear. He's being active, he's being authentic, and he's being getting very much of the attention, the 3 A's. So I'm not surprised his numbers are where they are. I wonder if they can go higher or if he's at his ceiling. But I think the key to why he's doing well, compared to a lot of second-term presidents, is something that it's probably the thing the press has gotten the most wrong about Donald Trump for a decade now. His agenda is popular. Not everything, but most of what he's done for the first 3 weeks casts 70-30. It's very popular. If people were just going on his policies, his approval rating would be even higher. So I'm not surprised. And again, it's apples to tangerines compared to a normal second term, that it's hard to put these numbers in context. What we can say is they're higher than most second-term presidents at this phase, and they're certainly higher than Donald Trump was in term 1.
So, and this is an important point. What typically starts to crater approval ratings? Biden started pretty high, and then it just went down and never recovered. The economy is obviously a major one, or one could say a scandal. President Trump is operating at such a rapid pace, even for him, it's hard to even be able to have the media apparatus or his opposition emphasize and focus. Let me ask it this way, Mark. Have his critics decided on the best way to define and oppose this now 3-week-old presidency?
Right. So Biden's numbers went down after Afghanistan and never recovered. You could call that a scandal or just an example of mass incompetence. And it was in the context of what people were already sensing about the incompetence of the wrong-handed policy on immigration. I think the Democrats have not settled on three things. You say, have they decided how to respond? I think there are three elements to responding. One is, who are the people? Who are the personalities? You can't fight a personality like Donald Trump with Ken Martin, the new chair of the Democratic Party, right? It's going to have to be one or two big personalities. Second is, what are the issues? There's a rough consensus, I think, that people think the best issue for them is cuts in programs that benefit the middle class and working class people at the expense of tax cuts for the wealthiest. I think that's the theme they want. But there's a number of complexities with that from a practical point of view we can talk about. And the last thing is, where is it going to be? Right? You'd think, well, the DNC, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, maybe some of the prominent Democratic governors. But what I heard this weekend in my reporting, and I wrote about this a little bit in the newsletter today, is the grassroots says, you know what? We can't rely on those institutions. They have no clue what they're doing. They don't have the energy or the vitality or the verve to go after Donald Trump. So they're thinking more, where's our Tea Party? And I say this again, sometimes I kid you, I'm not kidding about this. Where's our Charlie Kirk? Where's our guy or gal who's on email and texting every minute, who has a huge platform and a huge megaphone, but also is out there engaging like voter registration and organizing and activism? They're trying to find that. And you hear that from some of the donors, too. They're saying, why should I write a check to the DNC or to Cory Booker when I don't think those folks have an idea of how to stop Trump? Where's my Charlie Kirk of the left that I can write a check to start something that's got energy and newness and digital vitality?
I will accept that praise and thank you. And I don't want to dive too deep into that, but it does seem as if, from an ecosystem standpoint, there has been a lack of, let's just say, political entrepreneurs on the left. I don't know if that's the right way to word it. Is that a fair assessment? I mean, again, I don't want to get too high on my own supply. But
no, I know you don't, and I'm speaking objectively. And the New York Times story, I joked about it. It validates what some people on the left are now seeing, which is you and Steve Bannon, who could be put in this category. There's some others. It's a different model. You think about Rachel Maddow, or you think about those what are those bros called? Pod Save America. They're doing content. They're doing a content, and they're doing events to make money. Like, you do those two things too, but they're not doing the other stuff you do and Steve does and some other folks on the right do. And that's not a small thing. It's the combination. Entrepreneurship is the right word, I think. And they don't have that. And the other problem they have is you all have a huge head start. And I guarantee you, if there were some liberal entrepreneur, Charlie Kirk analog on the left, I guarantee you that person would face a lot of scrutiny and a lot of friction and tax on the sidewalk in front of them as they tried to get a running start. It's very difficult. Nobody really impeded the Tea Party on the left. They didn't see it coming. They didn't take it seriously. So they face a challenge not only to identify the people who have the multidisciplinary abilities that you have. And again, I happen to be talking to you, but I would say this to anyone. I just said it on two-way a few minutes ago. I'd say it to anybody. They don't have that person. And again, launching is quite difficult. And part of the challenge, as you know, as a student of this, they still have CBS News. They still have the Washington Post. Mm-hmm. Even though those places are diminished, and even though those places are in some ways being a little bit fairer to the right than they've been historically, it's very difficult to find the incentives that you found and others found to rise up and say, we need all new forms of things. And of course, Rush Limbaugh and talk radio did this before you did. You stand on their shoulders. Yes. It's easier to get that energy, that vitality, that determination, and to find a market when you see out there, well, half the country's got their market. It's a supposedly fair media, and they're there. So if you're trying to launch Charlie Kirk of the left, you're competing with the Washington Post, and that's the hard thing to compete with because they've got a big head start.
That's a really smart point, and it's something that Rush would talk about, may he rest in peace, a lot, which is where is left-wing talk radio? And one of his theories was that I got nothing but content because I just criticize the media all day long. He says, I'm responding to their stuff all day long. And so I guess there could be a left-wing equivalent that responds to shows like ours, and there are people that try to do that. but it just doesn't have the same sort of fly because, again, you're responding to kind of upstart grassroots types, whereas we,
100%.
we're responding to palatial regime, multi-billion-dollar media.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. With declined but still huge audiences, and whose corruptness is manifest to tens of millions of Americans because of the combination of bias and denial. And again, these same organizations that denied for many years Joe Biden's loss of mental acuity, who denied the plain as a nose on your face reality of Biden Inc. Those same organizations are covering the Trump White House. Those same organizations are covering the fights on Capitol Hill. Not just the same organizations, many of the same people. And so you cannot be, it is not a symmetrical thing. They have some asymmetrical advantages because they've got the establishment media, what I call the dominant media. But the right has some asymmetrical advantages because, as you said, you all, as Rush did, can play off of it. And that's an extremely valuable thing.
So, Mark, I want to get into another element of the story here and first compliment you. You were one of the few people that said that Trump was likely to have his entire cabinet confirmed. And you've said that for the entire time, that it was advantage Trump, and people said, no way is Bobby Kennedy going to get through. So I don't want to pop the champagne yet from our side, but it looks as if this is almost a certainty. About 1 minute, Mark, and then we'll keep you after the break. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that he was successful in this, even though he chose some rather unconventional picks by Washington, D.C. standards?
Three things: fidelity to President Trump and a belief that he must get off to a fast start and he's entitled to his picks. Two is the tactical strength of the teams around the controversial nominees. Whether it's Hegseth or Gabbard or Kennedy, very good teams of so-called Sherpas, communications, inside politics, knowing that you and others could pressure these wavering senators in a way, once you were activated, that would really impact them. And then lastly is the performance of the nominees themselves. I think Hegseth in particular saved himself by going out there and making the case, and I think Kennedy and Gabbard did as well. So I'd say those three reasons.
Mark, stay right there. Everyone check out Two Way TV and also your newsletter. What is the name of the newsletter again? Is it the Wild World of Politics?
It's called Wide World of News, Wide World of News Concierge Coverage. I've got two Substacks, but you want the concierge coverage one as a daily newsletter.
We are a believer and a subscriber. Stay right there, Mark. I want to tell you guys about Rough Greens. If you are a dog owner, listen carefully. It's roughgreens.com/Kirk. Ever see your dog slowing down or having health issues and wonder what can I do to make them better? Well, Rough Greens, add Rough Greens to your dog's food for 90 days and you'll see changes that will amaze you, guaranteed. Invented by naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your pup the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In their first 30 days, you'll see shinier coats and increased energy. By day 60, your dog will have a stronger immune system, less shedding, and improved joint function, all due to the live nutrients you've added to their diet. And at 90 days, better digestion, reduced inflammation, improved heart health, and you might even have reduced their cancer risk. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. Go to roughgreens.com and use promo code Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com and promo code Kirk. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk. That is roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. Wonderful supporters of our program. Check it out, roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. Mark Halprin continues after the break. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I'd look at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
Relief Factor is a daily supplement that doesn't just mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
Learning is hard work. Hard work requires character. Learning begins in faith. It must move upward toward the highest thing, unseen at the beginning, God. And freedom is essential to learning. Its principles must be studied and defended. Learning, character, faith, and freedom. These are the inseparable purposes of Hillsdale College.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, soft stools, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
The truth no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, Public Square. Check it out right now. I want you guys to take a look at it. What if I told you the most notable diaper brands in America support abortion, some even footing the bill for their employees to travel to have an abortion? It's one thing to reject your customers, another thing to support their termination. If you're a parent sickened by woke corporations supporting the destruction of American values and our most precious blessing, our kids, then meet Every Life, America's pro-life diaper brand. Finally, a baby brand that aligns with your values and is unapologetically pro-life. Every Life believes that no matter where someone is from, what they look like, planned or unplanned, every baby is a miracle worth protecting and defending. Every Life offers high-performing premium diapers and wipes created with your little ones in mind. Their diapers are made without fragrances, dyes, lotions, latex, parabens, or phthalates. Go to everylife.com for diaper and wipe bundles delivered right to your doorstep, and feel good knowing every purchase changes lives through their support of pro-life organizations and pregnancy resource centers. Every Life is changing diapers and changing lives. Go to everylife.com. That is everylife.com. Use promo code Charlie for 10% off your order today. That is everylife.com, promo code Charlie. Check it out right now. Everylife.com, promo code Charlie. Mark Halprin continues after the break. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. So I love having Mark on the program because he has incredible historical context of a couple decades of covering this. So, Mark, have we ever seen anything in the modern era similar to Doge? And how do you think this is going to play out? I know that is a very difficult question. It's a speculative question. But why don't you instead say, what are you seeing that might lead you to believe a certain conclusion is inevitable? Because we've never quite seen the world's richest man come in as an SGE, a special government employee, and deploy some of his super geniuses to fix the government. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Mark, your take on Doge.
We could do 3 hours on the ways it is unprecedented, not just Musk's involvement, but the way it's being done, the scope and scale of the ambition, the speed with which it's being done. So there's lots that's unprecedented here. I think that it's great to talk about cutting spending, and there's no doubt that it's irresponsible to future generations to run up debt and deficit like this. Here's some realities. You can't either cut or tax your way out of debt and deficit. You have to have robust economic growth. 3, 4, 5%. Some people say that's impossible. I say it better be possible. So that's the key is the policies that are going to lead to more growth if you want to reduce debt and deficit. But spending cuts are important. I think Democrats have made a huge mistake saying, oh, it's only 25,000 or it's only 26 million. I think taxpayers feel like every dollar is precious, particularly if it goes for things.
I think you're exactly right.
If it goes for fancy subscriptions to something called Politico Pro or some sort of play, regardless of whether it's a topic they disagree with. So I think they're on the right track there. But the reality is you cannot cut spending that doesn't affect people. And I think they continue to talk about it as cuts as opposed to restraining the rate of growth. I think it's eventually they'll get around to doing that. But where the money is in Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. You could cut every bit of discretionary spending, even cut some defense spending, which most Republicans don't want to do. You will not get to the point where you'll see significant deficit reduction. So I hope that Republicans and Democrats join together to say These programs are invaluable, and the way to save them, not destroy the programs, the way to save them is to find ways to make them more efficient, to find cost savings, to do things like, say, really rich people maybe shouldn't get the same Social Security benefits as other people. Those are the steps they haven't taken. So while it's great that they're looking to cut a little bit here and a little bit there, and I think that's right, although there needs to be scrutiny about whether they're doing it legally and whether they're doing it in ways that might cut programs that are worthwhile. I think the big question is, can they actually make a dent in the deficit by going where the money is, which again is in these programs that President Trump has vowed not to touch.
Let's talk about the political dynamic here as we close. Does it present an opportunity for more of the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren wing of the party to say, look, this is the oligarchy we've been warning you again about, to kind of have this left-wing populism have a resurgence within the Democrat Party that has been quite muted since Joe Biden became president?
Again, as I said before, I think you're right that theme could get more traction with certain parts of the country, but they don't want to be a party that only is as broadly as appealing as Elizabeth Warren, because that's not a majority party. That's a party with tens of thousands of really passionate people, but it's not a majority party. And so I think what you're seeing is the Democrats trying to figure out, how do you take those themes that might be subscribed to by the squad and might even be subscribed to by, Mark Kelly and more moderate Democrats, and have a spokesperson who can kind of knit it all together in a critique. They don't have that yet, and they don't have the grassroots organization yet. They have the embers, the green shoots of that. So I think there's no doubt that those themes are where the Democrats currently are putting their energy. But I think it's going to have to be broader than Elizabeth Warren wing of the party, or it will not win the midterms.
My message to conservatives is we have to operate as if they're going to figure this out. They're going to figure it out. They're not dumb. They'll adjust. They might not be there yet, but we got to step on the gas, and you have to act as if your opponent is going to be the most formidable. Yeah, they might be in the wilderness right now, and they might be disorganized. They might be demoralized, but understand they have a lot of money, a lot of experience, a lot of former presidents. I think they're going to reorganize, and we have to act as if. Mark, thank you so much. Two-way.
I'll just say real quick.
Go ahead, please.
One of your greatest strengths is you are actually not complacent, as opposed to faux not complacent.
That is correct. I will accept and receive that compliment. Yeah. Mark, thanks so much.
Sorry, I stepped on the promo. Stepped on my own promo. That's all right. Thank you, sir.
It's all good. I love it. Thank you, Mark. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. And get involved with Turning Point USA. That's tpusa.com. Turning Point USA is doing amazing work across the country. tpusa.com. Subscribe to our podcast right here. Second hour coming up.
Lock it. Lock it now. Lock your rate today. It's guaranteed. Getting life insurance has never been easier. Coverage starts at $9.95 a month.
This is a lock for your life insurance. A rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Acceptance is guaranteed for everyone between the ages of 50 and 85 without exception.
Call for your free Colonial Penn Planner with important information you need. Plus, you'll receive coverage options to fit your budget and needs, as well as a simple one-page application form. No health questions asked, guaranteed. Call now to get your free planner today. Call 1-800-290-2424. That's 1-800-290-2424.
With this coverage, you can help your family with funeral bills and other costs, even if you're not in perfect health or if you're on a fixed income. We'll never ask you to take a medical exam or answer a single health question. We respect your privacy.
Call for your free no-obligation Colonial Penn Planner and get the information you need. You'll also receive a simple one-page application form, as well as helpful ways to leave important messages for your family. Get your planner today and let them know what's important to you. Just call the number on your screen now.
At Colonial Penn, we understand how important it is to take care of the people you love, at any age on any budget.
Have peace of mind knowing your family will get the cash they need just when they need it. Call today to get your rate lock guarantee. Don't miss out. Call the number on your screen now.
Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself.
That's the Colonial Penn Acceptance Guarantee. Get your life insurance locked down today.
Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call for your free Colonial Penn Planner today and get the information you need. That's 1-800-290-2424. Call now.
You asked and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Strokes can be debilitating and life-altering. While recent medical advancements have improved recovery tremendously if the onset of stroke is caught in the first few hours, the ailment still affects about 800,000 people every year, and it accounts for some $56 billion in related expenses like healthcare, medication, and sick leave, among other things. My next guest has some ideas on how to improve or avoid stroke or improve your recovery if it does happen. John Jubilee, founder of Energized Health, welcome.
Well, thank you, Terrence. Great to be here.
Always good to have you. So let's talk about the foundations of stroke. What sorts of things can you do or are you encouraging people to do to ward off stroke?
Well, Terrence, I'm going to share with people something they probably have never heard about strokes. But, once somebody gets a stroke, if you actually look at the MRI, there's a little black dot on the brain. It's sort of like when a light bulb goes out and it has that little, black dot in the area of the filament that broke. And that's actually what happens in the brain, Terrence, is there's a disconnect of one of the neurotransmitters, in the brain. It's just a little bit of it's literally like a light bulb popping in the brain. And what causes that is two things. The root cause of a stroke is there's dehydration in the brain. And so the filament, it's like the filament of the light bulb, it gets a little bit brittle. And so it loses its elasticity. And, Terrence, it's lacking sodium. There's a low amount of sodium. A lot of people that have strokes are on low sodium, low salt diets. And one of the main nutrients of the human brain is sodium. It has to have a healthy amount of sodium and potassium and hydration. That's the way to avoid a stroke so that you never have to worry about getting one.
And unfortunately, it seems, as I've been reading, sometimes the various medications we're on can take some of that sodium out of our body or help bring on stroke. Is that right?
Well, it actually is. If you look at or listen to all these commercials for all of the drugs that people are on, a lot of times one of the side effects of a medication will be may cause a stroke, may cause a stroke, may cause a stroke, may cause a stroke. And the reason it does cause a stroke is because it's dehydrating us at the cellular level, and absolutely it is flushing out our healthy sodium out of our body. Think about this for a minute, Terrence, for people, in nature, the ocean is so healthy and full of, tens of thousands of life forms in the ocean. do you know that the saline, oceans, of course, people know if you've ever drank ocean water, accidentally, no one drinks it on purpose, but there's a lot of salt in that water. And we're supposed to be the same consistency in our body as the ocean. We're supposed to have a lot of healthy salt in our body.
So talk about some of the things that you've done in working with people who may be trying to recover from stroke in order to help them really get back to who they once were, maybe.
Yeah, well, the great news is, I'll just tell you one quick story. There was a gentleman, he was about 70 years old. His daughter brought him to us, and he was completely paralyzed on the right side. She thought he was going to be in that wheelchair for the rest of his life. But we just put him on our cellular health protocol to push that healthy hydration into the cells to get his healthy sodium levels back to, what God created him to be. And not only, Terrence, did he have a absolute full recovery, but he was better than he was 20 years before the stroke, and he actually decided to go live his lifetime dream. He bought a boat. He put it in a slip in Florida. And Terrence, he didn't even use the gangplank. He's jumping over the rail of his boat. Oh, wow. And I know, because I went and had dinner with him on his boat, and I had to jump over the rail. But it was so fun to see. He had a full recovery. Wow. And you can recover from a stroke if you just get your cellular hydration and get your sodium levels where they're supposed to be.
So my takeaway is join Energized Health and buy a boat. That's my takeaway. Forget everything else you said about free.
Hey, that's it.
Thanks so much, John.
Get the boat and don't worry about, really, Terrence, people that do Energized Health don't have to worry about having a stroke, because you're never going to be low on your intercellular hydration.
All right.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Joining us now is Senator Rick Scott from the great state of Florida. Senator, thank you for taking the time. As always, we have this standing appointment on Monday. You are doing a wonderful job. I'm in the state of Florida right now, and I hope you are too, because it's just a great spot. If not,
I'm still here. I go back in about an hour. We're working on these confirmations, these nominations to get them done. So we have to be there to move the process along because the Democrats keep trying to block it.
Yeah, so tell us about that. What exactly are the Democrats able to do? Can you explain this? Because our audience gets a little impatient, as they should. They say, we have a majority. Why do we have to wait for these guys, for cabinet officials? What gives? Explain it, please, to our audience.
Well, first off, here's what's frustrating. We've had 13 nominees done. At this time, Obama had 26. So what's happened is they can slow the process down by requiring us to have a vote on every procedural move you can imagine. They're also requiring us to use the entire 30 hours of debate time for every cabinet member, which they are. So we have to stay there. We have to work weekends. We have to get these things done. Tonight, we're going to be doing the confirmation for Tulsi Gabbard. And then once we get her finished, which will be either tomorrow or Wednesday, we'll go to Robert Kennedy. So I'm optimistic that we're going to get enough votes to get everybody through. But, be vocal, tell your senators, how much you care about these individuals, because it'll increase the odds that they'll vote for them.
So Senator, when is it worth saying, okay, we need to change the Senate rules? I mean, at what point do we get there? Because we are now 3 weeks into the presidency. I know that's a tough question, and I know that it comes with a lot of weight. But we're 3 weeks in, and we still do not have a Secretary of Commerce. We still do not have, and by the way, just so everyone in the audience understands, we don't have any of the deputy positions either. We're talking about deputy positions that need to be Senate confirmed. They are not good faith actors. I know we have no ambassadors. So Senator, they're trying to steal Trump's second term.
Well, what they're trying to do is try to make sure he didn't win. I mean, he won. He got a mandate. So what we have to do is we have to keep staying up there. And eventually, I believe what's going to happen is the Democrats will finally relent. Although what Elon Musk is doing is just destroying them. The fact that he's showing this unbelievable abuse. I heard there was a tweet this morning that just last week over $50 million was sent from FEMA to hotels in New York City. This has got to stop. So he's finding this. What he did by, we're getting rid of USAID. How could any American say, oh, that was a good use of American money, what USAID was doing? So Trump's right. We've got to go through every line in the budget. I did it as governor. There's 4,000 lines in the budget in Florida. I went through every year, every line. We had a written purpose. That's how we balance the budget. Trump is committed to balancing the budget. So we're going to keep working on these nominations, but we also have to get this budget in line.
Yes, we do. Senator, I'd like you to comment on Doge, which I know is a new concept in D.C. to actually try and save money. You've been a wonderful fiscal hawk, which I really appreciate about you. You ran a great ship in Florida and have been trying to do the same in D.C. The federal budget has grown from nearly $4 trillion a year to over $6.5 trillion a year for no good reason over the last couple of years. What is your response to, for example, Senator Chris Murphy? Chris Murphy says we're in the midst of a constitutional crisis. I want to play this and get your response to your colleague. Play cut 13, please.
Listen, I think this is the most serious constitutional crisis the country has faced. Certainly since Watergate, the president is attempting to seize control of power and for corrupt purposes. The president wants to be able to decide how and where money is spent so that he can reward his political friends. He can punish his political enemies. That is the evisceration of democracy.
Your response to your fellow senator.
I mean, he's completely full of it. I mean, here, Donald Trump was elected. He has a mandate to start watching how the money is being spent. What Chris Murphy, I don't know what he's talking about. We should watch how we spend every dollar. That's exactly what Trump is doing. That's what Elon Musk is doing. He's showing us the unbelievable abuse there is in the system. He's not doing it to help a political ally or hurt somebody else. He's saying, do you want to waste money? Anywhere in the world. I mean, some of these things, the USAID was spending money on makes no sense. So Trump's doing what he should be doing, and he's talking about what's important to the American public: balance of budget. So I'm very appreciative of what everybody at Doge is doing. I'm appreciative of what Elon Musk is doing. We've got to go through every line. We got to get all this money out. Charlie, think about this. In the last 5 years, we've had a 2% increase in population and a 53% increase in spending. If we went back to spending 5 years ago, we would balance the budget. That means interest rates will come down. That means inflation will go away. We can do that. We should be doing that right now.
So Senator, the markup process is very important. There are some reports here, if I could read from you from, I think it was thehill.com this weekend. Let me get this. And I think it's very important. It's actually, thehill.com. Hill leadership now admits it is planning an extension of the CR through September 25th, which means that Trump's first year of his second term, it would actually be Biden's budget. Is that necessary to get to the reconciliation bill? And please explain this.
Well, what we have is we have 1 or 2 or 3 recreation bills. So with that, what the first one that we're talking about in the Senate is we would fund the border so Trump can for sure secure the border, which he's doing everything he can. Number two, there's some military spending we need to do. And number three, then we start the process to extend the Trump tax cuts. That would probably be done a little bit later, maybe April, May, June, or July, something like that. In the meantime, government gets shut down March 14th if we don't continue our government funding. So the right thing to do would be to go back and balance the budget right now. But it's very difficult to do that because we need 60 votes to be able to do the continuing resolution, whatever we're going to do. Typically on a continuing resolution, you have this big blowout spending. Fortunately, we're not talking about a big blowout spending bill now. They're talking about continuing the existing, which is better than 8,000 earmarks, which is what they've been doing every year since I've been up here, and everything under the sun that somebody wants. So right now we started the reconciliation process in the Senate. We are working on what we're going to do on March 14th. Even though it's not the best thing, it's probably the only way we get 60 votes to get something done is the continuing resolution where we don't increase the spending. Then we can go with our reconciliation and cut spending as quickly as we can. We have $1 trillion of things that we can cut spending on. We need to cut $2 trillion, and we can do that.
And it is we have to first freeze all of this spending as well. It is such an exorbitant amount of overspending, isn't it, Senator?
And I mean, it's unbelievable. Think about it. So 2% increase in population, 53% increase in spending. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. Why can you balance your budget? Businesses that are successful to balance their budget. I was able to do it when I was governor of Florida. Now, they had not done it but once in 40 years before I became governor. But why are states willing to do it and our federal government can't? It's because people don't want to stop spending. They want to just give away free money because this sounds really good and somebody will say something nice about you. But this is your money. This is not free money. This is your money. It's going to be, you're going to pay it in increased debt with interest expense, or you're going to pay in higher taxes and fees. That's wrong. It's not fair to the American public. So we've got $36 trillion worth of debt. If we balance the budget, guess what? We wouldn't even have to worry about a debt ceiling increase. We could do what I did when I was governor of Florida. We could start paying off debt. When I was governor, I paid off a third of the state debt. We could do that at the federal level, and we should be doing that. We have to do that someday.
Senator, please stay right there. I'd love to keep you out for another segment really quick and just ask you about the CFPB, which has been, I think, an unconstitutional project for quite some time. Let's go to ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor is amazing. You guys should check it out at ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor can get you guys out of pain. They've been great supporters of this program. And if pain is affecting your life, we have a perfect New Year's resolution for you. Make 2025 the year of feeling good again, the year of moving better, sleeping better, and feeling more alive. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, make 2025 the year of feeling good again. Try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start today and give their 3-week quick start a try. It just takes a phone call, 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. You can start feeling better in 3 weeks or less, and every day you feel better is a day you live better. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com, developed by doctors. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. That is ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Boy, if we had 53 senators like Senator Rick Scott, this would not be a problem. We need more like him, and I'm hopeful that we are progressing in that direction. Senator Rick Scott continues after the break.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to play one of our campus videos in anticipation of us coming back on campus starting next week. Play cut 44. What is a woman?
What is it? That's a stupid question, dude. That's a dumb question.
What is a woman? It's not a trick question. What is a woman?
Identifies as a woman.
You can't answer the question with the question. Yeah, define the woman without saying woman.
It's a social
You're in college, paying for an education. What is a woman?
How about you talk to someone with media training? How about you talk to someone?
You don't need media training. It's not a trick. What is a woman? You can't answer the question with the... It's the college kids of America going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt who think it's a trick question when you ask them what a woman is. That and more, we are returning next week. I can't tell you the campus yet, but the campus fun is returning. That's tpusa.com. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Stay right there. Welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Senator Scott is with us. Senator, I believe you are co-sponsoring it. You have this bill with Senator Cruz on the CFPB. What is the CFPB? What is the history? And why should we defund it?
Well, first off, I think what you're doing on college campuses has to be a lot of fun to ask them simple questions. But CFPB, I've never met one person in the entire country that said, "Boy, I'm excited because we have the CFPB." So it's just money to go harass Americans. They've harassed Floridians. It's just money to harass them. And guess what? Trump is doing the right thing. I mean, he's done so many things, but shutting down the CFPB would be it'd be unbelievably important to help build our economy. So I'm on a bill with Ted Cruz, who's the lead on it, to get rid of it. But look at what Trump's done. What he's been in office, 3 weeks? For this, get rid of USAID, get rid of CFPB. He's got 9 Americans back from Hamas, Taliban, Maduro. Maduro's taking people back. Colombia's taking people back. The border's secure. I mean, this is 3 weeks. Just think of what's going to happen in the next little less than 4 years now.
So it's just what's happening here with the CFPB over the last couple of years has been remarkable. And was it ever given original congressional charter?
My understanding is not. And guess what? They can shut it down because they can decide not to ask for money from the Federal Reserve. So it's not constitutional. It should never be there. And the Trump administration figured this out. Russ Vought is going to make sure it doesn't continue in existence.
What is the significance of having Russ Vought as OMB director? He's now been Senate confirmed. Every Republican voted for him. What do you hope he'll accomplish as Office of Management Budget Director?
He's going to bring common sense to the budget. He's going to look at every dime. He's going to work with Elon Musk. He's going to work with other cabinet members, and they're going to figure out where all the savings are. He has had this job before, so he's got a lot of knowledge. He's a smart guy. He's fearless. He's going to have Trump's back, and they're going to figure out how to balance this budget and get this wasteful spending under control. So I'm really excited about Russ Vought. I've had the opportunity of working with him when he was in the White House the first time, and then the last 4 years while Biden's been in office. So I think he's going to do a fabulous job. And then Dan Bishop is going to be number 2 there. Dan used to be in the House, and they're both fiscal hawks, and they know it's your money.
In closing here, Senator, the legislative priorities seem to be on one bill versus two bills. Any other legislative fights that you want our audience to be aware of, bills that you are trying to advance that are of great significance or of weight, especially in this once in a many lifetimes opportunity that we have?
Well, number one, we have to balance the budget. All right. Number 2, we have to do everything we can to get China under control. I mean, they want to destroy our way of life. They're killing Americans with fentanyl. They're building a military to be able to defeat us. On top of that, we've got to support democracies and fight against the dictatorships in anywhere in the world, but especially here close to home, close to Florida in the Southern Hemisphere. Then I'm excited about RFK, what he's going to come in and he's going to make us healthy again. Instead of the healthcare system makes money off of you getting sick, he's going to try to make sure people stay healthy. So you can go agency by agency. We're going to make sure we're independent from the standpoint of oil. We're not going to have bad food that we're eating. I mean, there's so many exciting things going on.
Senator, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your time. Much more to discuss at another time. Every Monday, we have Senator Rick Scott on the program. Honored for that. And thank you so much, Senator. Every other Monday.
Have a great day, Charlie. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'll take you every Monday if you want to come, for the record. I'll take Senator Scott as much as we can have him. Look, everybody, we are at the front edge, the cutting edge, the tip of the spear of a reclamation of our government. This is one of the more unlikely things ever to live through. The cycle of nations is usually once a republic is lost that does not come back. We are questioning that. We say if America has done exceptional, unlikely, unique things before, why can't we restore it? Why can't we give a voice back to the people? We are a special nation. What's really crazy is how you look at the stakes around us and how we were providentially established. We were at the abyss. We all dodged a bullet when President Donald Trump's life was spared. And President Trump is fighting so hard every day. He is working his tail off. I had the opportunity to see him over the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. And up until midnight, he is working. He's doing meetings. He's signing documents. I mean, he is just a beast. Working for you, by the way, for the American people every single moment. And they can't keep up. They can't keep up with this machine. And the shock and awe is going to continue. And the Democrats are still trying to process all of this asymmetric warfare. Senator Mike Lee from Utah joins us next. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock, he sees work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has Grainger, offering the scale to deliver fast. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday, and I had it today for breakfast. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide 1 survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month.
I am very proud to partner and align with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. This trusted ministry is giving Christians like me a way to bless elderly Jewish people who live in extreme poverty around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush 1 survival food box to a Holocaust survivor who is suffering and in desperate need.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We are monitoring breaking news related to the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Hamas is accusing its Jewish neighbors of breaking the terms of the current peace agreement. As a result, the Muslim terror group postponing a planned hostage release set for this Saturday. In a post on X, Hamas says the release is being pushed back until further notice. In response, Israel's defense minister is instructing the country's military to, quote, prepare at the highest level of alert for any possible scenario in Gaza. He also describes the postponement as a complete violation of the ceasefire agreement and the deal to release the hostages. 79 people taken on October 7th remain in captivity in Gaza. Only 20 are scheduled to be released during the current phase of the ceasefire agreement. The commander-in-chief making headlines this morning for signing a proclamation declaring February 9th the first ever Gulf of America Day. He made the move on board Air Force One while flying over the Gulf Sunday. He also used the fairly short plane ride from Florida to New Orleans to preview new tariffs set to be unveiled today, as well as to detail his plan for Gaza.
Any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum too.
10%?
No, 25%.
25 for aluminum.
25 for both. I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back.
The president going on to say he plans to unveil a detailed plan for reciprocal trade tariffs with various U.S. trade partners later this week. Make sure to stay tuned to Real America's Voice for full coverage of the president's plans. And while President Trump was scoring touchdowns and big plays on Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson scrambling and punting. While attending the Super Bowl in his home state, the Louisiana Republican admitting that he and his Republican colleagues in the House may be forced to delay bringing a draft of a funding bill to the House floor. That one big beautiful bill, as President Trump has described it, would include money for everything from border security to tax reform. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Woke.
You should get over that quickly.
One brainwashed radical at a time.
That's enough.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
We will get to My Patriot Supply in a minute, but first, Senator Mike Lee. Senator, thank you for taking the time. Senator from Utah does an excellent job. This is the Good Senator Hour, for the record, here on the Charlie Kirk Show. We had Senator Scott, now Senator Lee. Senator Lee, I'm going to start about our good friend Kash Patel. The Democrats are doing everything they can to stop Kash Patel from becoming FBI director. Where does his, let's just say, his status hold as of right now?
First of all, Kash Patel has got to get confirmed, and he will get confirmed because the American people need it. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, take a look at Kash Patel's Judiciary Committee hearing. It was 6 hours of pure Kash badassery, as I like to say. I don't think I've ever seen a nominee with so many headwinds come out of his hearing so masterfully, looking so good, in such good shape. They threw everything at him they had. And every single time, he proved up to the task. Every FBI director I've questioned since I've been in the Senate has led me astray in one way or another on issues like FISA 702 and domestic surveillance. Kash told the truth. That, by the way, is why the deep state doesn't like him. That, by the way, is why there has been so much opposition to Kash. But the truth is he's going to get confirmed this week. On Thursday, we're going to hold his vote in the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee has some procedures that are somewhat unique, and those procedures can make it time-consuming to get out of there. But we'll get him out of committee on Thursday. Once that happens, we'll rush him to the floor, and within a few days, probably early next week, he'll be sworn in as the FBI director. I'm confident of that.
So since him being sworn in as FBI director, what will that mean substantively of changes at the Bureau? What are the major changes that we can expect from the FBI?
Well, first of all, you're going to have somebody in there who is skeptical of government, which is exactly what we need in government generally and at FBI in particular. So I think you're going to see a different approach taken toward FISA 702. I think you're going to see more strict procedures in place. I think you're going to have an FBI that is focused on investigating crime rather than investigating enemies of the sitting regime. And that's been one of the problems that we've had at this entity. As a former federal prosecutor myself, and Kash has the same distinction on that front, we can both see that the FBI is this long revered institution whose reputation has sadly been tarnished by people who have wanted to make the FBI much more about political espionage, much more about gaining a political advantage for the deep state and for the Democratic Party. That will be no more, and I think you'll see changes right away that will reflect those things.
And this is one of the more important fights in front of us. We never thought we'd be able to get Kash Patel as being FBI director. Seeing the powers to be consolidate around him has been very promising. This story from CBS News. Justice Department agrees to not publicly reveal names of FBI agents who worked on January 6 cases. Initially, the FBI handed over employee identification numbers of 5,000 people. Did we really have 5,000 people, Senator Lee, working on January 6 cases? How many pedophiles, child sex traffickers, murderers went free because we did not have agents allocated towards those cases? Senator Lee.
Certainly makes a person wonder. Look, we have those numbers that have been released about the sheer number of the very substantial percentage of the FBI's agents that were working on January 6th related matters. Now, what we don't know, what I haven't seen yet, is the extent to which those people were working entirely or mostly or, predominantly, significantly on January 6th cases. To whatever degree you had most of those people doing most of their work on January 6th cases, that to me suggests that there were a lot of other things that went uninvestigated, crimes that went unsolved and unpunished and unproven in a court of law. But like I say, we don't have all those numbers. It is significant that they spent as much time as they did, devoted as many members of their team as they did to this, given that it was one day reflecting one incident, and there are lots of crimes going on in the United States at any given time. It does concern me that they put as many resources into this one as they did, just as they did put a lot of resources into, looking at concerned parents who show up at school board meetings as if they have to be presumed as some sort of threat to our domestic national security.
So Senator, the opportunity cost of an FBI that has been thwarted is remarkable. Other implications of having Kash Patel will also be depoliticizing the lawfare and getting to make sure that President Trump is not a victim of a Russiagate 2.0. We want the FBI focused on terrorist sleeper cells versus January 6 protesters. Very, very simple. In addition, Senator, it looks as if Tulsi Gabbard is likely to be confirmed as the next director of national intelligence. Your reaction to that and the significance of having her at DNI?
This is also significant because, much like Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard is someone who the deep state loathes. And the deep state has a sort of a sworn vengeance to retaliate against and to prevent from getting into positions like these ones. And yet Tulsi Gabbard, like Kash Patel, is about to get confirmed, and it couldn't happen a moment too soon. And this is not happening a moment too soon. We need both of these people in those positions.
The Senate right now seems to be stalled by a lot of Democrat obstructionism. What do you recommend to try to give President Trump his cabinet as quickly as possible?
Well, look, in the Senate, a lot of what happens is kind of a race against the clock. The best way to move things forward is to exhaust those who are trying to slow the process down. And I think the longer the hours, the longer the weeks that we can work, even working through weekends or when necessary, when the Democrats are dragging their feet, can help work wonders. Nothing sharpens the mind and enhances the willingness of a recalcitrant senator, or one who's hell-bent on using the Senate rules to prolong the process needlessly. Nothing will sharpen the mind quite like saying, okay, you feel that strongly about it, you're going to stay up late nights, and for that matter, you're going to have to stay here through weekends in order to get this done. The more we can do that, the better off we will be, and the faster we'll get Trump's picks confirmed.
Senator Lee, you floated out an idea of having former Representative Ron Paul for the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Why? Why? Tell us about why Ron Paul would be the perfect chair of the Federal Reserve.
For the very same reason that I think Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard are exceptionally well suited to lead the FBI and to serve as the director of national intelligence. I'd love to see Ron Paul having the Federal Reserve. The reason is he's a longtime skeptic of that very institution. He has seen and has been one who has commented early and often about the problems with the Federal Reserve, about how the Federal Reserve perpetuates the growth of big government, about how the Federal Reserve has slowly eaten away at the purchasing power of every paycheck that you have and the value of every dollar. The Federal Reserve, through its so-called dual mandate, where it's supposed to at once look out to make sure that we control inflation and simultaneously maintain full employment, those things are often at odds with each other. And so every single time, it sort of leans into the second part of the mandate, into full employment, which results in more and more inflation. Look, inflation is something that you can handle really well if you're rich. In fact, a lot of rich people get far richer during periods of inflation. It's America's hardworking poor and middle class who get screwed with all of that. And that's one of the reasons why we need reformers. And I would love to see Ron Paul in a position like that one.
Senator, also this weekend, there was a breathtaking decision by a New York judge, Paul Engelmayer, who just forbade all political appointees, including Scott Bessent, from accessing the Department of Treasury data, all based on a Blue Anon conspiracy theorist. His theory couldn't be challenged because the order was ex parte, meaning that Trump's lawyers weren't warned and couldn't weigh in. Only Democrat attorney generals were allowed to argue. Senator, this begs a deeper point, which is the power of the unelected bureaucracy, this fourth branch of government, something I know you deeply care about. Your reaction on this injunction and the looming constitutional question in front of us.
Yeah, what bothers me most about this is that what Judge Paul Engelmayer did in New York, prohibiting these political appointees, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, from accessing Treasury Department data, seems a real problem. Our Constitution sets out a system in which the president nominates and with advice and consent from the Senate, meaning the confirmation of the Senate, may appoint these officials, including the Secretary of the Treasury. If after we follow the process, after we duly elect a president and a Senate, and the Senate confirms that Treasury Secretary, if that person may still this easily to come to one order saying you can't deal with this, only the deep state folks can do it. Only the sort of permanent personnel, as they like to think of themselves, may access this data that is necessary to do so much of what the Treasury Department does, then we've got a real problem. And the American people are no longer in charge of their own government.
I mean,
part of that mindset, the progressive mindset, loves the bureaucrat, loves the expert, and hates the voter.
I'm expecting some judge from the Northern Mariana Islands to do an injunction against President Trump's Diet Coke button. He's saying you can't do that. It's not constitutional to have a Diet Coke button to be able to have it whenever you want. I mean, at this point, we have the entire presidency that could be held subservient by the unelected bureaucracy. Senator, thank you so much. Excellent, as always. Talk to you soon.
Thanks so much, Charlie. Good to be with you.
Tax Network USA, TNUSA.com. Listen to carefully, TNUSA.com. They do a great job. That is TNUSA.com. All right, let me get all the details associated here. Let me see. The IRS just stepped up enforcement. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS that IRS letter to act. Waiting to get caught makes you look like a tax evader, and it will not end well. Getting ahead of this is a smart move, but never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. First, Tax Network USA has a strong relationship with the Internal Revenue Service. Second, they have a preferred direct line to the IRS. Why is that so important to you? Because they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. And third, their genius strategies are designed to quickly settle your tax problems in your favor. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. I trust Tax Network USA. Call and talk with one of their strategists. It's free. Stop looking over your shoulder and put IRS troubles behind you. Call 800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Charlie. That is tnusa.com/Charlie. I trust Tax Network USA. Call and talk with one of their strategists. It's free. Stop looking over your shoulder and put the IRS problems behind you. tnusa.com/Charlie or call 800-958-1000. That is 800-958-1000 or tnusa.com. That is tnusa.com/Charlie. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, finally, my Super Bowl thoughts after the break.
I'm an artist, and I'm in my studio. I'm hearing the ads about Relief Factor, and I've got pain in my neck, and it's getting worse, and I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and order this. 2 weeks later, and I've got much better range of motion. I'm able to carry these big canvases around. I'm just very, very grateful that I gave the product a try.
If pain is affecting your life, give Relief Factor a try. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Here's that transmission.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it. Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created the Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free Kids Guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
The voice of generations is The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. The Charlie Kirk Show podcast is doing very well, so make sure you guys hit subscribe and download a couple of episodes on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast and get involved with Turning Point USA at tpusa.com. Turning Point USA, you guys can start a high school chapter or a college chapter. That is tpusa.com, tpusa.com. Growing very quickly, and our campus tour begins next week. We are back at it. The campus tour all across the country, and many of you can attend as well. We anticipate well over 100,000 students that are going to attend, millions that we'll see online, really billions, right? Billions of views, probably, God willing, on all of our collective platforms. And so if we are coming to a neighborhood near you, stop on by, say hello. Would love to have you. It's going to be a lot of fun. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Okay, the Super Bowl. Was it me, or just felt a little anticlimactic? Let me just kind of air some of my grievances. Number one, what was with the lower third? Do you know what I'm saying, Andrew? The little lower third, the scoreboard. It looked as if someone made it in clip art. Do you know, usually they have all these opulent, elaborate. I didn't like it. I know that we've all agreed as a society, no one took a vote, that after trying to the left and trying to the right and trying to the upper left and the right, that the bottom is the best. I thought it was very underwhelming. I will say, I think, Andrew, thank you for bringing this up. I think Tom Brady did great. I thought Tom Brady was a 10. I thought Tom Brady was way better than I anticipated. And dare I say, I thought Tom Brady was even better than Tony Romo. I know Tony Romo is, I think Tony Romo gets a lot of mixed reaction. I thought Tom was terrific. I've always been a huge Tom Brady fan, but he just seemed as if he was having fun. He was having a blast. And I think Tom Brady was also enjoying it because he was like, haha, Mahomes, you're not the GOAT. And he obviously channeled a lot of his Super Bowl experiences, but look, that's not easy. You got to be honest. Like, doing color commentary without a lot of experience on that, that's not easy. I thought Tom Brady crushed it. I thought he did very well. Over 100 plus million people were watching. Can I also just mention the commercials were terrible? I thought they were so underwhelming, and I thought the best commercial was the food conspiracy one, the Matthew McConaughey. Do you know what I'm talking about? I thought that was the best one because it also had the Bears in it. But the greatest moment of the Super Bowl, to great Daisy and Emma's delight, was when finally, I don't know if Taylor Swift has ever gotten booed. About time. Taylor Swift had no idea what was happening after getting booed when shown on the Jumbotron. Play cut 41. Oh, they're booing her. And I love when she says, like, what is going on? She's never been booed in her life. And look, I think it's well-deserved. She went after MAGA and endorsed Joe Biden. And she's not exactly in favorable company there. Let's put 56 up there. This is the meme. It's pretty good. President Trump got applauded. Look, regardless of your opinions on Taylor Swift, it was a fun moment, but it really represented a cultural shift. Represented a cultural shift where President Trump gets roaring applause and Taylor Swift, not as much. Here's President Trump getting applauded, cut 42. And then there was this Nike ad saying that women were oppressed. Overall, I will say, though, that the advertisements were probably more pro-American, more pro-family, and a little less woke than I would have anticipated in previous years. But it just seems like the spark and the creativity was largely missing from them. You could see them clearly trying to signal, but a lot of the ads were just bland. They weren't boundary pushing. They weren't that entertaining. Some of them, I even said, I know that ad. They run that on regular TV. It's the McConaughey Salesforce ad. They've run that many times. And, you know, they say that the Super Bowl reflects kind of where American culture is. And here's the best summary I could give. We are in progress of exercising the woke, but we're not there yet. We're in progress of expelling it from our system, but we're not there yet. The vibe ship is clear, but we still have a lot of work to do. And by the way, so many of the ads were released before the Super Bowl, so it wasn't exciting to watch it for the first time like it used to be. But I mean, if I was a marketing agent, I would release it ahead of time because you get all these extra views and then you get the views at the Super Bowl. So releasing it ahead of time, I think, is actually super smart. Overall, I was thrilled to see the Kansas City Chiefs lose. I hate to say it. I like Mahomes. Think he's a great guy. I like Harrison Butker. Got to know him. But seeing the Philadelphia, again, I'm not exactly an Eagles fan. I think they burnt Philly to a crisp. There's going to have to be like a rebuilding plan, a national stimulus plan. I think FEMA is going to have to visit Philly after what happened last night. But I was happiest of all for Jalen Hurts. In 2018, I remember he was benched in the middle of the national championship where Tua Tagovailoa took over, and then he ended up having to transfer to Oklahoma. He never gave up. He fought for every inch. I've been following his career for years. People thought he was no good, and now he is Super Bowl MVP and Super Bowl champion, and they can never take that away from him. God bless you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, Americans. Pat Boone here. You know, the markets are getting a little crazy, and now is the time to protect yourself from economic turmoil. Silver is in the headlines and creating a lot of excitement as the price of silver is very attractive compared to that of gold, of course. Call Swiss America for the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. See, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by military, solar, and electric cars, which all depend on silver and can increase prices. So to help you get started, Swiss America is offering beautiful United States walking Liberty $50 minted from 1916 to 1947 in 90% silver for a special introductory price. Limit of $250 per customer while supplies last, of course. So call or text the number on your screen to take advantage of this offer. Rediscover silver today.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming Rav anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
Rav on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite Rav hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. Rav is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the Rav movement.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is President Trump putting on Truth Social just about 10 minutes ago. Take a look at this, everyone. He says, for far too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. This is so wasteful. I have instructed my Secretary of the U.S. Treasury to stop producing new pennies.
Whether it be with the Treasury bureaucrats or the FBI bureaucrats or the CIA bureaucrats or the USAID bureaucrats, with this unelected shadow force that is running our government and running our country. Donald Trump is engaging in the most important restoration of democracy in over a century.
You know, I think one of the things that's so important for politicians is for folks to believe what they're saying and that they're keeping their campaign promises. So I think this gives you a pretty gosh darn good idea of what may be going on. Trump's doing what he promised to do. You go back to April of 2017, it was just 46% of all Americans who said that Trump was doing what he promised to do. Compare that now to February of 2025. You know, there was a good show that was on during the 1990s called A Different World. That is what's going on right now. We're living in a different world. 70% of Americans say Trump is doing what he promised to do.
That would be history. History already in the building tonight, as President Donald Trump becomes the first sitting U.S. president ever to attend a Super Bowl game live.
Taylor Swift there. Watch here as the Kamala lover is booed mercilessly. Her reaction is priceless.
second time, the Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is February 10th, 2025, Anno Domini. Your president is Donald J. Trump. Your king is Christ. And your Super Bowl champions are the Philadelphia Eagles. Folks, what can I say? What can I say other than I got my Eagles green on today? I haven't taken it off since last night. I had it on all weekend. We've been telling you that there is a culture shift going on in America. What we saw last night at that Super Bowl was, in fact, emblematic of the paradigm of the culture shift that's taken place not just in the city of Philadelphia, but around the entire country. We are seeing the shift away from wokeness. We are seeing the shift away from swiftiness. And we are seeing the shift towards MAGA. The era of high MAGA has begun. And President Trump is leading the charge with his political maneuver warfare in Washington, D.C. We're seeing that day after day, hour after hour. The media can't keep up. And by the way, just on a quick aside here, they're saying, oh, Elon Musk has got access to the Social Security numbers. Well, guess who always had access to your Social Security numbers? The Social Security Administration, the Treasury Department, the IRS. Who do you think is there? Thousands of 89,000 nameless, faceless bureaucrats and agents that have always had access to your money. And they had access to all of your taxes and everything else. But the minute Donald Trump puts up someone that he said would be looking at payments, what do you think he's going to do with it? He's going to be filing your taxes for you? No, it's a joke. The media can't keep up because they've lost the culture. And through losing the culture, they've lost the politics. Because remember, politics is downstream of culture. Be right back. Human Events Daily.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have Endurance.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Call 1-800-208-0025 now.
Here at Allegiance, we feel like American flags should be made in America.
When we started Allegiance, we were shocked to learn how many American flags were actually being made overseas.
Every flag we make is proudly crafted in the USA with superior materials.
Join us in our mission to keep the American flag truly American.
Visit showallegiance.com to order your high-quality American flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
To understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are, Washington, D.C., Human Events Daily. Want to welcome in the Charlie Kirk audience on Salem for the 3rd hour. Folks, I need you to stop what you're doing for a quick moment and listen up, because something big just happened, and this is in from Reuters. Gold hits record high as investors flock to safe haven amid tariff war. This isn't speculation. It's happening right now. Prices in almost everything will go up, at least in the short term. But here's the part nobody is talking about. JP Morgan Chase just moved $4 billion worth of gold to New York. They're not guessing. They know what's coming. The U.S. relies heavily on Canada and Mexico for gold and silver. Once these tariffs kick in, the price of gold will hit new records. This is your moment. If you have money in stocks, a 401k, or an IRA, now is the time to move into gold and silver before the rut. Now, I partnered with Allegiance Gold because they share my values, honesty, transparency, and real patriotism. They're here to make sure you make the best decision for your future. Go to protectwithposo.com now and get up to 3 years of free storage when you open your gold IRA. Do not wait. Gold will never be this cheap again. Go to protectwithposo.com. That's protectwithposo.com. Protectwithposo.com. Folks, what can I say? Donald Trump is your president. Christ is your king. And the Eagles, Philadelphia, are your Super Bowl champions. Now, for those who've been following Human Events Daily and myself all of the past 12 months, you'd know that I said over and over in 2024 that PA is the play. Pennsylvania is the key. Over and over and over. And there was one man that I went there with all the way back during the regular season of the Eagles game. That we went in with a couple of MAGA hats to the Eagles stadium with my brother Kev Poso. May have gotten into a little bit of a scuffle, ended up in Eagles jail after that scuffle, which we won, by the way. But we've got a clip that I want to show you from that game where we were walking around with Eagles hats on. Let's play that clip, guys. You're seeing the cheers. People were applauding us. They were so excited to see the MAGA hats. And that's how I knew that the culture shift was real and that it was happening. Kevin Posobiec joins us now. Kevin, you're there on the Hill in Washington, D.C. But Kev, you and I were both watching the game last night. Kev, talk to me about the culture shift that we saw, that we basically tracked in real time as we were doing those cultural social experiments wearing the MAGA hats at the Eagles game. And then President Trump gets cheered in the Super Bowl with a Philadelphia crowd, and Taylor Swift gets booed. Kevin, your thoughts?
Well, first off, Jack, I gotta say is those weren't boos for Taylor. That's how we cheered in Philly. Come on, don't you remember? We were really cheering for Taylor, weren't we? But yeah, it's amazing to see the shift that's happened. I mean, we were just looking for our seats, right, at Lincoln Financial Field there during the Eagles win that day. And unfortunately, people just weren't ready. They love to hate Trump. They think he's the next reincarnation of the Third Reich. And everything else that you see is totally blown out of proportion. They weren't ready for it, but we're here now. We're winning. They just don't want to win. Some people in Philly are just sore losers. And we brought it to them, wearing the MAGA hats, solid through the whole game. And now, yeah, to see that, it's an amazing experience, and it's amazing to be along for this ride. This like, I don't know if we could say it, but like an actual red wave that they talked about before. But it seems at least for the Philadelphia audience, we're very much on that. And you know, I am in DC now, but I gotta say, I was running around earlier. I finally got down from one of the traffic lights in Philly there. I was up there last night with our cousin, just running around, getting into some celebrations. But it's good to be back here and to report on it with you.
Well, I certainly hope that traffic light that came down that wouldn't have any Poso fingerprints on it. Of course, I know it wouldn't. But Kev, Philadelphia is the heart of America. That's when we talk about 1776. That is the lifeblood of Philadelphia. Philadelphia is where 1776 happened. It's America's birthplace. Next year is the 250th celebration of that American birth, which took place in Philadelphia. And here's what I'll say about Philly. To all the Philly haters, and you know, I hear from all sides. Believe me, I hear from all sides. But I want to just say this. I said a little bit about it on War Room this morning, but Kev, you and I understand this, that people want to talk about Philly and they say, oh, it's Philadelphia, it's the riots and BLM and the Soros prosecutors and Larry Krasner. And I get it. That part is there. All right. But it's kind of like America because there's more to it than just that. And that's like saying that, oh, America is just the left, because there's another Philly. There's the Poso Bros Philly. There's the Sam Alito Philly. There's the Frank Rizzo Philly. There's the Vince Papale Philly. There's the Rocky Philly. And there's the Philly that wouldn't let the Christopher Columbus statue come down because all the big old boys from South Philly went down there in 2020 to the Christopher Columbus statue and wouldn't let it happen. Kev, you happen to know something about that, don't you?
I do. I happened to be there twice, and I was there the night before the actual election. We had another rally in front of the Christopher Columbus statue, and where I was also interviewed by mainstream media that night too, telling them that not only is Philadelphia also the workshop of the world, but we're the media now. They tried to tell me that we're on a sinking ship. Listen, mainstream media is a sinking ship, and we're the future. We're MAGA. We're here to represent. There were so many people waving flags, honking their horns, just like last night, celebratory. I mean, Philadelphia is also, to me, the home of Benjamin Franklin. So you talk about the penny being canceled or just not in circulation anymore. And, you know, if you want to look back over the summer, I had a little episode of a White Boy Summer program where I went to Franklin's grave, if you could see, and it's right next to the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia. And the tradition goes that you lay, you know, you throw pennies on his grave for good luck, because a penny saved is a penny earned. And it seems now that a penny saved was a penny earned. But I'd like to put in a request to the U.S. Mint down there to get at least 2 more so we can lay them on the eyes of the Chiefs from their performance last night, and put that team to rest solid. So it's going to be great to see, you know, some efficiency. I would like to get some.
Kev, just to zoom out a little bit, just a little bit. Let's zoom out a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, the cheering of Trump from a crowd that was by and large Philadelphia people, but also the booing of Taylor Swift. Now, her also from the Philadelphia area, like ourselves, a little bit further out. She's Reading area, but you know, close enough. We'll give it to her. That represents the culture shift, because a year ago, people are coming at me for calling out, Tay-Sway and calling out Travis Kelce. But here we are a year later. Trump's getting the cheer. She's getting the boo. I mean, isn't that a microcosm of where we've come as a country? Just a couple of seconds till the break, Kev.
It absolutely is. I mean, Trump did everything he could to take every interview. He hasn't dodged anything. He keeps winning these interviews, winning people over. And we did that all across PA, registering people to vote. But yeah, he notably, like, he went on like Theo Vaughn, his podcast, and so many other. He's a cultural icon to begin with, and it's time we started recognizing him for who he truly has been over the years, over the decades. He's been in like the eye that way. So it was amazing to see him as the first president at the Super Bowl.
Incredible to see. We'll be right back here, Human Events Daily.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, soft stools, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. President Trump's cabinet will likely continue to fill out this week as Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are expected to be confirmed. Gabbard, who is President Trump's pick to be the next director of national intelligence, will face a cloture vote this evening. Her nomination is expected to make it to the Senate floor for a full confirmation vote tomorrow. The former Hawaii Democrat will likely win confirmation despite potential defections from Senators John Curtis of Utah and Mitch McConnell of Kentucky. McConnell is also expected to vote no on RFK Jr., who will likely face a confirmation vote before the full Senate in the coming days as well. The preliminary cloture process is underway to bring a Senate floor confirmation vote for Agriculture Secretary pick Brooke Rollins, Commerce Secretary nominee Howard Lutnick, and President Trump's choice to head up the Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler. Plus, Thursday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to vote on Kash Patel as FBI director. President Trump back in the nation's capital right now after spending the day Sunday in New Orleans for the Super Bowl. The annual game is an American tradition and an event watched from coast to coast. Leading up to the big game, though, President Trump sitting down for an interview to talk about his administration so far, and on a day when American excellence was celebrated on a football field, the 47th president talking about uniting the country.
We have to come together. But to come together, there's only one thing that's going to do it, and that's massive success. Success will bring the country together, but it's hard.
And while President Trump was scoring touchdowns and big plays on Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson was scrambling and punting. While attending the Super Bowl in his home state, Louisiana Republican admitting he and his Republican colleagues in the House may be forced to delay bringing a draft of a funding bill to the House floor. That one big beautiful bill, as President Trump has described it, would include money for everything from border security to tax reform. Johnson says the details for the spending plan are still being worked out, and he also points out that he's operating with the smallest majority in history.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily. Want to thank the third hour of the Charlie Kirk audience for joining us here on the Salem Radio Network. Now, as we've talked about a couple of times on the War Room, as well as here yesterday and last week, rather, that this upcoming week is going to be huge for Europe. All eyes are there, and President Trump is sending key cabinet members as well as the vice president to the EU. In addition to, you got the NATO summit that's coming up this week, and then the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has already taken off. He was wheels up this morning, Joint Base Andrews, on the C-17, on his way to review the troops in Europe, as well as on his way to the NATO summit. Then J.D. Vance traveling as well. He's in Paris right now. He'll also be attending the Munich Security Conference later this week with Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. What is this all about? It's all about Ukraine. It's all about ending the Third World War, the kinetic part of the Third World War. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? World War III is canceled. World War III is canceled. And so we're not doing it, folks. We're not doing it. There's no World War III. We are absolutely out. And so when I look to this, and I mentioned before that I will be accompanying Secretary Hegseth on this trip. So I'll be out here, Human Events Daily, and we'll have some excellent guest hosts to be able to cover it down. And I'll be calling in as much as I can because, folks, this is what America voted for. America voted for peace. America voted for an end to the constant spending, the arms, the armaments, and the peace deal is coming now. The peace deal will be brought, whether or not Zelensky or the Europeans or the rest of it want it, because you know who wants it? The American people. And from now on, it's America first. And so with J.D. Vance going over there and Pete Hegseth, plus, by the way, Tulsi Gabbard looks like she'll be confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence this coming Wednesday. So just think about it. You've got 3 combat veterans of the global war on terror that are now in the highest echelons of the U.S. government. And the Wall Street Journal was saying this. Angry GWAT vets. And it will be angry GWAT vets that define where we're coming in this country and what this country's priorities are. And so a message will be sent and sent to the highest. Look, the Munich Security Conference and the NATO, this is like Davos for the global military industrial complex. Then you've got the NATO security meeting. Look, this is NATO, because what's it been all along? A proxy war between NATO and Russia. We all know this. And it was NATO moving east, NATO moving further east that provoked this entire thing. Yes, Russia started the invasion, sure, but you can't sit there and say that it wasn't provoked. Kevin Posobiec is with us for a couple of more minutes. Kevin, you and I traveled to Ukraine 2 years ago, right after 3 years ago now, right after the start of the war. We're coming up on that 3rd anniversary. What do you think it means to you that now President Trump is sending his envoys to Europe to say it's time to turn this war off?
Well, Jack, it's a bit more of just a culture shift. It's, we went over there to try and get exposure to it, just riding along a train, like through a wheat field. And now you're going over on official business with Mr. Hegseth himself. So it means a little bit more, and Trump's not messing around this time. So we're going to conduct peacefully an end to all of it, and just to ensure that Zelensky and Putin and everyone else understands that we mean business.
This is what it's all about, folks. It's about getting to business. It's about shutting things down. It's about putting peace first. And at the end of the day, it's about putting the American people first. It's about putting the American voter first. And you know something? The American voter is not served by these wars. This lost at the ballot box. Sure, we want peace. Sure, we want security. But at the end of the day, what we want is a safe world and a world without bombs flying everywhere. And Kev, you remember Josh Shapiro signing the bombs when he was sending them over to Ukraine, little Joshy?
Oh, no. Yeah, we know about Joshy. We sure do. But this is literally human events. It's literally human events that what you're reporting on. It's
exactly.
It's huge.
That's true. That's true. Kev, we got a break coming up. Where can people go to follow you, get more access to your work?
You can follow me on Twitter at Kev Posobiec and Instagram Kevin Posobiec. Just look my name up. Yep, I'm pretty active on there, and you'll be seeing more of me soon. Thanks so much, Jack.
All right,
be safe out
Kevin
there.
gonna be helping us. All right, Kevin helping us cover down while I will be on assignment. Stay tuned. I want to thank the Charlie Kirk audience as well for being here. We'll be right back in events.
It's time to get your dream kitchen at Cabinets to Go.
Right now, save on every single cabinet in your design. Up to $175 off per cabinet. Come in today and get your dream kitchen for just $148 per month.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Most bad guys do things for money. The equity in your home was a treasure trove for the bad guys. By downloading one simple document, forging your name onto that document, and using a fake notary stamp, the bad guy can transfer your home's title into their name. Home Title Lock has 24/7 monitoring of your home's title, and any change, you will be alerted. Go to HomeTitleLock.com. The peace of mind that offers is invaluable.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The Commander-in-Chief making headlines on many fronts this morning. For one, he signed a proclamation declaring February 9th the first ever Gulf of America Day. He made the move on board Air Force One while flying over the Gulf. He also used the fairly short plane ride from Florida to New Orleans to preview new tariffs set to be unveiled today and to detail his plan for Gaza.
Any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum too.
10%?
No, 25%.
25 for aluminum.
25 for both. I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas Hamas doesn't move back.
The president going on to say he plans to unveil a detailed plan for reciprocal trade tariffs with various U.S. trade partners later this week. Make sure to stay tuned to Real America's Voice for full coverage of the president's plan. And while President Trump was scoring touchdowns and big plays on Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson was scrambling and punting. While attending the Super Bowl in his home state of Louisiana Republican admitting that he and his Republican colleagues in the House may be forced to delay bringing a draft of a funding bill to the House floor. That one big beautiful bill, as President Trump has described it, would include money for everything from border security to tax reform. Johnson says the details of the bill and the plan are still being worked out. Plus, he points out that he is operating with the smallest majority in U.S. history, so it's imperative that he ensures that all members of his caucus are on board before he moves forward. The House GOP currently has a very slim three-vote margin right now. President Trump's cabinet will likely continue to fill out this week as Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are expected to be confirmed. It's a story that we're continuing to monitor.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Hi, Jack Posobiec. We are back live. Human Events Daily continues. I want to thank the third hour of the Charlie Kirk audience for being here on the Salem News Radio Network. And folks, while we may have won this election, the fight to restore our great nation is only just beginning. Now is the time to take a stand. Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's about a call to action to defend our rights and our freedom. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. The difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team will help you find the perfect plan. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT. That's patriotmobile.com/POSO. We need to talk more about the culture shift, the vibe shift that we saw as the Philadelphia Eagles decimated the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. But I want to bring people back because the Kansas City Chiefs have always been used as a tool for wokeness in the NFL. Remember, it was Colin Kaepernick with the Kansas City Chiefs who started kneeling for the national anthem. And that was done years before George Floyd even happened. Then who was right there with him? Travis Kelce. Yes, Travis Kelce, one of the first white players to take that knee along with Colin Kaepernick. Who responded to them at the time was President Trump. So Trump did the rally around the flag moment, coming back and saying, no, we are not going to attack the United States of America. We are not going to play these political games here. This is about football. This is about loving your country. And it's about everybody being on the same side, at least in terms of nationalism. But we're not going to sit there and play these political games and use football for social engineering. Similar to how the trans issue in women's sports really became the wedge that shifted everyone on that. So here to help us make some sense of this culture shift in America, we have Michelle Backus, Real America's Voice host down in West Palm Beach, who will also be helping guest host here on Human Events Daily later this week while I am on assignment. Michelle, how are you?
I'm great. It's an honor to be here, Jack. Excited to be here.
Well, always an honor to be here. It was great being with you as a fellow Pennsylvanian on the campaign trail at the couple of events, big events, by the way, that we did together last cycle up there in State College doing the Nittany Lions and just a number of other things that we've been able to do. it's been an incredible year. But could anyone have predicted a year ago that Trump would get cheered and Taylor Swift would get booed at the Super Bowl?
Well, I know that you had your own theories here, Jack, but I'll tell you what, I definitely didn't. Let's just look at what happened about a year ago. I mean, Taylor Swift stuck her neck out for Kamala Harris and was vocal about her support. And the Democrats, and Taylor Swift included, really thought that was going to push the needle. That was going to push the younger vote and ultimately get her across the finish line. And fast forward a year now, look at what's happened. You attend the Super Bowl, President Trump, the first sitting president to ever attend a Super Bowl. He's flashed onto the Jumbotron, and their cheers erupted in the stadium. And then you see Taylor Swift, who is supposed to be this cultural phenomenon, and she's getting booed. And I might add, I hate to continue to bring up TikTok, but President Trump had a larger following on TikTok than Taylor Swift, who's supposed to be this cultural phenomenon. It shows who actually has the influence right now. And I'll tell you what, I think a lot of people are waking up.
No, I think that's right. So what do you account for this? Do you think that this is what I'm saying? What my theory is this, and tell me what you think, but I kind of feel like we've gone beyond the era of just peak wokeness, but it's also we've gone beyond the fakeness. And there was something about, and this is what I got, people got all mad at me last year for saying it, but there's something about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce that to me, it just seems fake. It seems artificial. It feels like corporate media is pushing this on us. And sure, I'm sure they're a lovely couple when it's just the two of them. But they even were doing this on Friday night, this whole pre-planned. And for anyone who doesn't know how celebrity culture works, with that paparazzi stuff, the publicist reaches out to the paparazzi and tells them when the couples are going to be going to the restaurant. They say, make sure you're on Bourbon Street at this time. Tay-Tay and T-Kel are going to be going into the restaurant or the bar. Whatever. They're just not just randomly there. It's all set up. It's all manufactured. It's part of the show. And you notice on the Eagles side, there wasn't any of that. And so, look, I'm a diehard Eagles guy my whole life, but long-suffering Eagles fan, by the way. But at the same time, it's you didn't see that artificial manufactured nonsense, and that's kind of similar to how Kamala Harris was in so many ways. The corporate media were saying, "Hey, she's brat girl summer," all that, and people just rejected it. They said, "No, we're sick of you telling us what to think and what to like. We just want to watch a football game, or we just want to have a president who actually can get the job done." I don't know, but I kind of feel like there's a kind of connection there.
Listen, that's what everyone's saying online still, and I don't believe that their relationship is real. If you even just watch the chemistry, keep in mind he was a spokesperson for these vaccine companies back in the day. It's very similar to Kamala Harris leaning into celebrity culture, thinking that would get her across the finish line. You look at these celebrities that are extremely out of touch. You look at Travis Kelce. I personally think, Jack, I'm not sure if you saw the interview right before the game, but someone asked him what he thought about President Trump coming to the game, and he was pretty mutual about it. And I would say that someone intervened and said, do not go political with this, because you're clearly losing the argument. It screams a bigger message here to the fan base. It also shows, you don't see end racism anymore on the football field. But look, they're out of touch. They're extremely out of touch. And you even look at some of the liberals this past cycle who voted for President Trump. What were some of the issues? You named one of them. What logical human being thinks that a biological man, should be competing in women's sports? I think back to the Olympics when that boxer, Angela Carini, got hit by a man. She said it was the hardest she's ever been hit. Let's talk about the Department of Education. The Biden administration gave them $1 billion of grants to promote a DEI agenda. Well, look at our education. Look at our reading comprehension levels for kids. We should be focusing on the basics here, not DEI programs. It's gone too far. And the Liberal Party right now is lost. And they thought, I think, that they can lean into celebrity culture. They could tap into people like Taylor Swift and honestly even Travis Kelce.
So true.
And it didn't work. And that's also why I think right now they are in shambles. You said it, Brat Summer, those free concerts with all the celebrities, Megan Thee Stallion coming out and shaking her butt. I'm not going to repeat the lyrics. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for that. It didn't work. People don't care.
Don't worry, Rob. We'll dump it if Michelle starts going Megan Thee Stallion on us here. Don't worry, Rob.
PG.
Parker, get your hand over the button. No, but you're right. By the way, my brother and I went to her last concert in Philly. So there's a whole Philly connection there.
Whoa. Why were you at her concert?
Because we infiltrated it we were doing these infiltration ops there at the end of the campaign, and we were wearing the White Guys for Kamala Harris hats. And then we got all the way down, surrounded with the crowd, and we switched it with our MAGA hats and started lighting everybody up. It was fantastic.
There it is.
We did the same thing at the Eagles game. And so, it was, we were just running all these sort of cultural experiments in Philadelphia because we understood that Pennsylvania was the key. We just kept saying it over and over. Pennsylvania is the key. And as you understood, and as I think America understood, and Pennsylvania was the state that gave Trump the election. So people will say, oh, well, that's a Philly crowd and this is a Philly thing. But guys, I'm saying there's a bigger paradigm shift here. It is a microcosm of what's going on in the entire country, where the most important thing, I think you just hit the nail on the head, Michelle. You said they went too far. They just went too far on everything. And meanwhile, people could look around. It's like your prices are going up everywhere. Your kids are getting transed. Crime is going up all over the place. And you turn on the TV and they're telling you that you're a racist because you don't want to go along with it. And people are just like, I'm sick of this. I want to get out of this, this labyrinth, this prison, this hall of, funhouse hall of mirrors that I'm stuck in, where it just seems like everything is crazy.
White Boy Summer, Jack. And that was a huge success. And I think part of that was because white men were villainized for so long. Immediately, they were called racist. They were called homophobes. They were called all these names without the backing behind it. And how long can you take that? How long can any human being take that?
I mean, that was another thing where people got very upset with myself and my brother for having a couple of pink hats and going out in some pit vipers and putting it out there. But it was as simple as that. No one had ever gone to the demographic of young white men and said to them, hey, guys, you matter too. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with being who you are. By the way, I'm the father of two young white boys, and they haven't done anything to anyone. And they don't deserve to be blamed for whatever is going wrong with certain demographic groups or whatever, perceived, disparate impacts and the way the country is. They've never done anything to anyone. They're 6 and 4. And yet I can already see how the deck is stacked against them. So it's complete nonsense. It's a complete joke. And we're done. We're just totally done. And it's white boy summer forever. And that's just how it's going to be. It's great. And by the way, it's for everybody. I keep saying this. It's for everybody. It's just a way of saying hey guys, we can have fun too. And there's nothing wrong with that. Michelle, we got about a minute to the break. Really excited to have you here on Human Events Daily. We're going to have a lot of international news. I'm going to be calling in as I can, signals and time zones being what they are. I'll be in a few secure areas. But I think that for the next week, all eyes are really going to be on Europe as President Trump seeks to end the Third World War.
Yeah, and you're going to have a front row seat. I'm excited to hear about your coverage, everything you're doing, working side by side with Pete Hegseth here. This is a really amazing opportunity. It's a really amazing opportunity for MAGA Jack, and I cannot wait to hear what you do this week. It's going to be great.
That's going to be great. All right, so Michelle Backus is going to be holding down the fort. Maybe a couple other regular faces around, so make sure you're following her on X, following her on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere she's putting up stuff. We will be right back here with more Human Events Daily on the Real America's Voice Network, and also thank you again to the Charlie Kirk Third Hour.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Allegiance Flag Supply believes American flags should be made in America.
Our symbol of freedom made outside our borders, that did not sit right.
Join us in our mission to keep the American flag truly American. Don't settle for flags made elsewhere.
Every flag is proudly crafted in the USA with superior materials.
Visit showallegiance.com to order your high-quality, made-in-America flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack, so we're back. Human Events Daily. Remember that email address is 1776@humanevents.com, 1776@humanevents.com. We got a great email in here from Robert in Minnesota. He says, if there's $500 billion in fraud, $500 billion in obsolete programs, and $500 billion in interest savings, if you write off the money the Fed and Treasury have when you put it into Social Security, and then between the Fed and the Treasury and all the misdirected funding, we could go back to a balanced budget of $4 trillion per year just off of that. So the question is, where did the $3 billion of Build Back Better go? Why not claw that back and not spend on programs that have zero value? I love that idea. Claw back the Build Back Better money. Take some of this USAID and all this other types of funding that's going out to these liberal NGOs, pull it all back and say, you know what? You don't get the checks. And in fact, you need to be writing checks to us.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back. Final segment here, Human Events Daily. Thanks again to the Charlie Kirk third hour here. Invite all the listeners to follow us at Human Events on the podcast side as well. So if you ever miss an episode or you want to catch something, just go to Human Events Daily on Apple Podcasts. So yes, that is right. I will be out the rest of the week. I'll be accompanying Secretary Hegseth on his trip to NATO. And the NATO summit coming up between the United States and the Minister of Defense of NATO, which including some of the delegation from Ukraine, is going to be seminal. This is going to be a very serious event. J.D. Vance then heading over to the Munich Security Conference, as well as Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. This is about finishing up the story. The kinetic arm of the Third World War has been canceled. We are shutting it down. You got 2 combat veterans of the global war on terror, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, who are coming over, and they'll be backstopped come Wednesday by a third named Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard when she's confirmed as the DNI. And the backstop is this. You do not send the American war fighter, or you do not get the United States involved in wars that do not directly benefit the United States of America, and particularly as defined by the American people. So if this is something that's a direct benefit to the American people, then perhaps it's something we'll pursue. But if this is a war that benefits the military-industrial complex, that benefits the globalist leaders in Brussels, who I'll be seeing very, very soon, if it's a war that benefits the few at the expense of the many, then it is a war that will be shut down and ended. And yes, it will be ended peacefully. And yes, there will be terms. And you know something? Not everyone will love the terms. That's just how it goes. But you know what, folks? That's the way negotiations work. When everybody gets around 80%, when everybody's a little bit upset because nobody got everything they wanted, that's how you know it was a good negotiation. If someone's a little too happy at the end of the negotiation, you know that they won. When it comes to President Trump, he understands this. Peace is the prize. That is MAGA world peace, and that was what was on the ballot last November. Because we understood the nuclear escalation spiral that Joe Biden had put us in. We understood the nuclear escalation spiral that Kamala Harris put us in 3 years ago when she herself spoke at the Munich Security Conference and said definitively, Ukraine will become a part of NATO, a full member, which had always been a red line for the Russian Federation. Now, you may not like that. You may not agree with that. You should say Ukraine should be able to do what they want. But guess what? If you're poking a bear, you don't get to turn around and act like you didn't just poke the bear. You have to understand that there are consequences for your actions because we live in a real world. And in a real world, the enemy gets a vote. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. So understand that and think backwards from it. It's about the people, period. That's why President Trump was the first president to go to the Super Bowl, who, by the way, I'm told, met with some of the victims' families of the January 1st attack, which took place there on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. A terrorist who should never have been here in this country. A terrorist who had become radicalized. A terrorist who could have been taken off the field, literally the field in this case, but rather the FBI was so focused on all these other things going around, going after J6ers, going after President Trump, going after his family, going after praying grandmas, going after traditional Catholic, that a literal ISIS attack was allowed to take place and did take place on New Year's Eve, Bourbon Street. So just remember this, folks. Just remember this. You can have the country you want. And you know that phrase? We're going to update that phrase. So last year, the phrase was, we don't have to live like this. We don't have to live like this. How many times did I say that phrase? We don't have to live like this. I'm not saying that phrase anymore. The new phrase is this. We won't live like this anymore. We will not live like this anymore. The American people won't live like this anymore because the American people won't stand for this anymore. That is the agenda that President Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, and the entire MAGA, Maha, Doge team was elected to initiate. We will deliver and fill the mandate of the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission. Stay short.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400.
Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created the Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free Kids Guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us
right. Go to America's Voice Live. Our Real America's Voice team is going places others won't.
We need to take cover that was incoming into Israeli territory.
To show you what they don't want you to see.
It's still a disaster. What's the latest?
They call these street releases. You've got hundreds of people being dropped off. It's getting worse.
We're the nation's fastest growing news program for a reason.
Real journalism. They're all marching down to the White House.
Sounds to me, Ben, like they won't be happy until Israel doesn't exist.
Real American news.
America is under chemical warfare attack. Fentanyl is the weapon.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
I appreciate you guys very, very much.
This is America's Voice Live with Steve Gruber.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. It is Monday, the 10th of February. Let's get into the day's top stories. Thank you, as always, for spending part of your day with us here at Real America's Voice. Hamas now suspending the release of Israeli hostages until further notice, claiming Israel violated the ceasefire agreement. We don't know how. Also, President Trump on Sunday night ordered Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to stop producing new pennies, saying that it costs more, far more than it's worth. And then later, Pam Bondi shared her thoughts about the ice leaks in Denver, Colorado, saying it is a crime and she intends to pursue it. All of that and more coming up on America's Voice Live to start your week. We start here. Donald J. Trump wrote the book, The Art of the Deal, back in 1987 as an up-and-coming New York business tycoon and real estate developer. And now, as the leader of the free world once again, we're getting to see those well-honed negotiation tactics put into practice. Trump says this week will be the beginning of reciprocal tariffs against other countries. The U.S. has had some of the lowest tariffs in the world, but Trump says enough is enough. If you tax us, we're going to tax you. Now, this is not a new idea. He made these promises during his campaign. Here he was explaining the concept back in the fall.
They charge us, we charge them. You know what's going to happen? They're not going to charge us. Very simple. It's called an eye for an eye. I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And we're rapidly losing that title.
Imagine that, a president who enacts the changes he promised to make. Spectacular. And predictably, as if on cue, the left is having a meltdown. Here's Ana Navarro on The View, responding to Trump's retaliatory tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Here's what she said.
These are our friends, and we are treating them like trash. We are bullying them. And, you know, it's as if, like, I look at this thing in Mexico and I'm thinking, okay, as if deporting good, hardworking immigrants wasn't enough. As if emboldening the racial profiling and bigotry against Latinos wasn't enough. As if revoking temporary protective status for 500,000 Venezuelans wasn't enough. As if bullying Panama wasn't enough. Now he's going to tax our tequila and avocados?
Yeah, so according to the left, taxing countries who are acting against our interests is bullying. But taxing wealthy Americans out the wazoo is considered morally necessary. Give me a break here. Come on, Anna. Ana Navarro and the brainwashed audience of The View are more concerned about tequila and avocados, not the safety of their American neighbors or themselves or their children, for that matter, because that is the end goal of the tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Trump told our neighbors, unless you do something about the thousands of people coming through your country and into ours illegally, and the piles of illegal drugs that come along with it as well, if you don't fix those things, well, there's going to be hell to pay. And guess what? Canada and Mexico very quickly figured out a couple solutions. Imagine that. But if you only listen to the left-wing media, you wouldn't know that. For example, people like Joy Reid. Here she is.
Trump announced 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, which sent the markets into a tizzy. All for him to pull a reverse at the last minute, claiming he got major concessions, when in reality, Mexico and Canada basically reiterated the same border security measures they had already agreed to under Joe Biden. Trump backed down and got nothing.
Now, wait a second. Joy, I know fact-checking is hard, but I do believe it's part of your job, something you're supposed to do. According to the Associated Press, Canada has agreed to deploy new technology and personnel along its border with the United States and launch cooperative efforts to fight organized crime, fentanyl smuggling, and money laundering. And Mexico has agreed to reinforce its northern border with 10,000 National Guard members to stem the flow of illegal migration and, of course, illegal drugs. And that's just the beginning. Those concessions were made in less than 24 hours after the threat of tariffs. Our border will only become stronger from here on out as a result. And don't just take my word for it. Here's what's happening in what used to be one of the weakest sections of the border. Watch this.
My law enforcement sources here tell me they're seeing a sharp decline in crossings, less than 50 people a day. And that's a stark difference from what they were seeing over a year ago, where they were seeing over 1,000 crossings each day.
So what's behind the sharp decline? We took that question to the Border Patrol chief of the Del Rio sector.
The era of catch and release is over. So now illegal aliens know that if they come in here illegally, they're going to get apprehended, processed accordingly, and they're going to be delivered a consequence to include being returned back to their home country.
You know, this is what happens when the United States is in a position of strength, a position of strength. This is what President Trump promised would happen, and he's delivering. As Lincoln Riley's mother put it, he is a man of his word. Here she is.
We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Lakin. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word.
He is a man of his word. So while the left whines about Tequila and avocados and Mexican beer. Don't forget Chuck Schumer whining about that. President Trump is securing wins for the American people and protecting the American people. You, me, all of us. The European Union is already quaking in its boots and has offered to cut tariffs on U.S. car imports, for example, coming down from 10% to just 2.5%. And I'm guessing that could soon be zero. And here's how the Japanese prime minister described his interactions with President Trump. Listen.
On television, he is frightening, and he has a very strong personality. But when I met with him, actually, he was very sincere and very powerful and with strong will for the United States as for the whole world.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, the words strong and sincere probably didn't cross the minds of any world leaders who met with Joe Biden. Those words were more likely to be sleepy, lost. Our strong and sincere President Trump secured a record $1 trillion. That's with a T, $1 trillion from Japan during the meeting, by the way. That's $1 trillion. That's a huge get. Plus a sales agreement for American liquefied natural gas to head that way. Another big deal. But the left would still have you believe that President Trump's America First agenda is going to be a disaster. Based on what, I have no idea. And the mainstream media, it continues to do its best to spin that narrative. They did so during a press conference. But the Japanese prime minister put a kibosh right on it. Boom. Here it is.
If the U.S. places tariffs on Japanese imports, would Japan retaliate?
I am unable to respond to a theoretical question. That's the official answer that we have.
That's a very good answer. Very good answer. Wow. That's very good. He knows what he's doing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Mainstream media hoping to stir up fear and anger over hypotheticals like from that NBC reporter, over what could happen in response to tariffs instead of what is actually happening as a result. We have now secured deals with Canada, Mexico, Colombia, Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Venezuela, to name a few. And that's all happened in less than 3 weeks. A lot more to come, I can guarantee you that, a lot more. President Trump knows what it means to come from a position of strength. He knows what it means to be the person that's able to swing the deal. Here he is.
We've disagreed before, and I'm sure they didn't have any idea what they were talking about, because already you see what's happening. Look at Colombia. Look at what happened with that. Everybody said that with Colombia it was going to be a disaster. In one hour, everything was settled. You know why? Tariffs. Without tariffs, they wouldn't have been the same way. They would not have treated me the way they treated me, which was extremely nicely. And I don't want to use countries, I don't want to use names, but tariffs are very powerful, both economically and in getting everything else you want. Tariffs for us, nobody can compete with us because we're the pot of gold. But if we don't keep winning and keep doing well, we won't be the pot of gold, and then tariffs won't be so good for us. But when you're the pot of gold, the tariffs are very good. They're very powerful, and they're going to make our country very rich again.
Well, the mainstream media keeps hoping, praying for the chance to say, I told you so, to point fingers at that bad orange man, but they forget that Americans wanted change. His popularity higher today than it has ever been in either term. This election, Americans were more dissatisfied with the state of our country than ever before. They knew what needed to be done to right the ship. Elect Donald J. Trump. Even CNN has to acknowledge that from time to time. Here they are.
You know, in October, I was working on a Senate race in Pennsylvania, and I got to see a lot of research, focus groups, and polling. We try to decide at the end, what should we talk about? Should we talk about immigration? Should we talk about the economy? No, the voters said talk about change. They wanted serious change. Period. Stop. Full story. They were skeptical that they would get it. By the way, they didn't know if it was possible. I think a lot of American voters had begun to think Washington is this thing that never can be reshaped. They're going to give Donald Trump a pretty wide latitude to make a few mistakes in how he reshapes it and how he pulls it back.
Well, Washington will not be reshaped overnight, and the left will try to paint every move of this administration as a mistake. Of course they will. But Americans, well, you know better. We trust the man elected to do what we already know he does. And what is that? Win. Americans are not buying into the fear tactics of the mainstream media because for the first time in the last 4 years, Americans know what their leader wants to do, and that is to put America first. That scares Democrats. It scares them that we're not buying into the spin they put out anymore by people like AOC. She may be realizing that, too. Here she is.
When I ask people, where do you get your news from? Who do you trust? Increasingly, people are saying, I want to hear from the politician themselves.
Yeah.
And that they will believe what that politician says more than what the media says about that politician. And so when Trump says, we're not going to deport you, we're only going after the quote unquote, like rapists and murderers, which, by the way, is already standing U.S. law. But when he says that, people believe him. And what you do with when a lot of people believe a liar is a tricky scenario in which we find ourselves. People used to trust media outlets more than they trusted politicians. And so, but then that credibility has eroded over time.
She speaks from experience there, so trust her when she says people don't believe liars. When Joe Biden's White House sends $8 million to one of its pet news organizations like Politico, yeah, USAID did that. We tend to stop trusting them. It kind of goes with the territory. Instead, we trust Donald Trump, who has delivered prosperity before and who we elected to do it again, including through the use of tariffs. We'll likely see enacted this week. We're not bending the knee anymore. We're here to take a stand for God and country. America first. Does feel good, doesn't it? Coming up after the break, Hamas is now backing out of the ceasefire deal with Israel. We'll talk about that coming up next here on America's Voice Live.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-538-4499 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-538-4499. There's no risk or obligation. That's 1-800-538-4499. Call now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
I don't know why this comes as any surprise, really. Hamas now delaying the release of hostages and claiming that Israel broke the ceasefire terms. How? They don't explain, of course. But the group says Israel hasn't stuck to the agreement, so they're pushing back the exchange. Now, both sides are pointing fingers, and the delay could really mess with the already fragile peace talks. Tensions rising, Israel's on high alert, and it's unclear what comes next. We'll keep you up to speed on all of it as we find out what's happening. Joining me now to discuss this is former Congressman, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. Colonel, nice to see you today.
Always a pleasure to be with you, Steve. Thank you.
Look, I don't think it's any surprise. Hamas is reneging on the deal. And they're doing this, by the way, Colonel, after those 3 hostages were released here just in the last few days that looked like they had been at a concentration camp. They were skin and bones. They looked awful, like they hadn't been fed in nearly 500 days. They didn't even look like the same people. And I think that's why Hamas is throwing the brakes on this, because they realize how bad this looks. And if the next group of hostages are as bad or worse, there's going to be hell to pay, isn't there?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is the reason why you do not legitimize and you do not compromise and negotiate with a terrorist organization. And when you think about the optics, consider how these individuals, those 3 and the other hostages that have been released, were forced to walk through a gauntlet of people there in Gaza, to include Hamas fighters, in order to get to the Red Cross vehicles that took them to freedom and to safety. So this whole propaganda piece that they are trying to promote, trying to show that they're tough, as well as the fact that Israel is releasing, hundreds of terrorists back to Hamas. No, we should not do this. The only thing that Hamas has to understand is their complete and total decimation. And right now, Hamas should be very careful about this, because they do not have Iran in a position that will be a firm supporter of what they're doing, because guess what? There's the old sheriff is back in town, and his name is Donald Trump.
Yeah, all of a sudden, all that money that was flowing into Iran, that's getting choked off already, isn't it? We're only heading into the 4th week of this administration. We just finished 3 weeks. And the cash flow to Iran has already been cut down to a fraction of what it was. It's going to go back to where it was in about 2018. It's not going to take very long. And if you take the cash away from Iran, and the mullahs in Tehran don't have that money at their disposal, it changes the playing field, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What you end up doing is almost become siege warfare, where you starve out Hamas as well as Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad and the rest of them. And so that's a consideration that Hamas needs to think about. So if they are considering their future existence, which there should not be an existence of a terrorist organization that is dedicated to the extermination and eradication of the Jewish people and the Jewish state, they would probably go back and say, this is not a good position that we're in. And how interesting it was that Donald Trump comes out and talks about, Gaza and going in and taking it over and turning it into something that is economically beneficial, because now I think Hamas is really on the defensive in every single way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah, let me ask you about something else here, because this was also predictable, Colonel, and that is the Democrats and their colleagues in the mainstream media are getting flattened by Donald Trump and his preparedness and his focus on detail and how they're moving forward swiftly. They had a complete plan, and now they're executing the plan because it took them 4 years to prepare, and now they're ready to do it, and they are doing it. So as a result, what's happening? Lawsuits are being filed. For example, Venezuelan illegal aliens, criminals, have been blocked from being transferred to Guantanamo Bay because of an activist judge. More activist judges are stopping the evaluation by Elon Musk of the money we're spending. That a lot of that went to support terrorists, by the way, we know now. But it's all going to be fought out in the courts. Now, I know that Trump's team was prepared for this, but it does gum up the system, doesn't it?
It does gum up this system, and that was something to be expected. But obviously, these people have not read the Constitution, because the very first line of the Constitution in Article 2, which adjudicates and prescribes the duties of the executive branch, is that the executive power is vested into the President of the United States, which means that all these executive actions and decisions, he is constitutionally right. And so these judges, they may think that they are slowing things down, but they're going to get steamrolled as well. Because why do you want to be a judge, and why would you want to be a leftist or a Democrat that's standing in the way of getting criminal illegal immigrants out of this country and putting them in a place like Guantanamo Bay instead of sending them back to a country where they may be repatriated to come right back across the border again. So you look at all the things that are happening, the border crossings that have dropped. You look at what is going on as far as our foreign policy and how we are once again showing strength and peace through strength. So I think that these judges and the Democrats are on the wrong side, and it's going to hurt them massively in just, 18 months or so at the midterm elections that will be coming up in 2026.
No, I agree with you on that. And look, I look at all these polls. CBS News, 53-47, Donald Trump enjoying the best ratings of either one of his terms. Rasmussen, 52-45. So you've got a lot of these polls showing Donald Trump doing better than he has ever done as far as popularity goes. And let me just one more quick thing before I let you go here today. The thing about Doge and these activist judges trying to block Doge and people screaming it's unconstitutional, you can't allow the Treasury Department to reflect on its payments. If you honestly believe that you're on the right side of this deal by screaming it's unconstitutional so that our books don't get looked at, I can guarantee you it's not Elon Musk that is the problem. It is you that is the problem. I'll give you the last word.
No, you're absolutely right. Once again, the President of the United States is the chief executive officer. That means that everyone that operates and works in the executive branch, they work for him. And so these people that are sitting up on Capitol Hill, these are not their employees. These are the employees of Donald Trump. And he has every right to go in and make sure that the agencies under his purview are working effectively and efficiently. He's not going up on Capitol Hill and trying to fire congressional staffers. He is trying to right-size government by the Constitution, which is Article 1, Section 8, the 18 duties and responsibilities of the federal government. So they're, once again, going to lose this battle.
You got that right. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, always a pleasure. See him on Mondays here on America's Voice Live. Sir, thank you as always.
My pleasure. God bless, Steve. Take care.
God bless you, my friend. All right, after the break, President Trump shared some big news regarding the penny. Does it make sense? Yes, I said it. We'll be right back.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up. And with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free Kids Guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
The Epoch Times reporting that China's artificial intelligence chatbot, DeepSeek, appears to be hard-coded with Chinese Communist Party censorship and propaganda built into its programming like a Trojan horse, and is competing with ChatGPT at rock-bottom prices. No surprise on any of this, right? DeepSeek's privacy policy says it stores data on China-based servers, but security researchers deny any deeper link to Beijing. What did you expect them to say? A Canadian-based cybersecurity Fruit found a login code that can send user data to China Mobile, which is a top state-owned telecom company, barred from operating in the U.S., so they're just trying to get around it, play games as the CCP does. The app responds to CCP ideology and censors critical comments against the dictatorial government, and any company adopting the program will unwittingly be censored, spreading worldwide propaganda for the regime and potentially expose trade secrets too. It's like the trifecta. Chinese law stipulates companies must turn over data to Beijing upon request for national security purposes. DeepSeek also refuses to discuss China's human rights abuses, including the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre and the prosecution of Falun Gong. It rejects any inquiry at all, in fact. The bigger issue? DeepSeek is being released under the MIT software license, a permissive open source license that allows broad use, modification, and distribution of that software. Pretty frightening, right? CCP all the way through it. During President Donald Trump's presidential campaign, his Secret Service took extreme measures after a credible threat from Iran, said to be in retaliation for Trump taking out the murderous Iranian military officer Soleimani in 2020. He died like a dog, remember? A new book claims the threat was taken more seriously than previously reported. The Trump team warned an extremist threat of surface-to-air missiles with the potential to strike Trump Force One during takeoffs and landings. To counter threats, a decoy plane was used called Ghost Flight to transport Trump to an event without exposing him to potential attacks. The two known assassination attempts were not linked directly to the Islamic Republic. The team took major precautions. Even aides were not warned of the changes before the plane took off. A drone was spotted tracking his motorcade in Pennsylvania and was taken down from the moonroof with an electromagnetic gun. Didn't know that either, did you? Trump has made it clear to Iran that if they retaliate in any way, there will no longer be an Iran. The quick thinking of a local Texarkana, Arkansas pilot foiled a 15-year-old's plans after he stormed into the airport and demanded a plane. The pilot confronted the boy, who was wielding an AR-15. Before he could harm himself or others, the potential disaster was over in less than 10 minutes. The teen entered Signature Aviation at around 7:30 a.m. on Tuesday, armed with a rifle and a handgun, approached the counter, demanded access to an aircraft. The pilot spotted the teen, ran to his truck, grabbed his own firearm, and confronted the would-be hijacker, ordering him to the ground. The teen complied without resistance, fortunately. Police arrived on the scene, arresting the teen for aggravated assault, attempted aggravated robbery, and making terroristic threats. Searching the teen's vehicle uncovered an additional gun, a shotgun. Signature Aviation thanked the pilot, grateful that no lives were lost and no injuries occurred. The teen was placed in juvenile detention and has not yet been identified. No motive reported. That investigation is still ongoing. Well, the IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, as you know, and it just stepped up enforcement for 2025. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Simply avoiding your tax troubles is the worst thing you can possibly do. Getting ahead of this it's the smart move. But never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, and this means that they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. The network, Tax Network USA, has proven strategies that are designed to settle your tax problems in your favor. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Talk with one of their strategists. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. Stop looking over your shoulder and put the IRS troubles behind you. Do this once and for all. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. tnusa.com/RAV. We'll take a break and be back in just a moment here on America's Voice Live.
Throughout its history, the mission of Hillsdale College has been to develop the minds and improve the hearts of its students. As a commitment to this mission, every student signs an honor code. A Hillsdale College student is honorable in conduct, honest in word and deed, dutiful in study and service, and respectful of the rights of others. Through education, the student rises to self-government.
Israel needs you. We desperately need tens of thousands to respond.
A great storm from the north has come against Israel. You've got the scriptures calling each one of us not only to pray for the peace of Jerusalem, but it's incumbent upon each one of us to defend these precious people of God. This massive grocery store should be crowded. People are lacking food.
Exactly.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is preparing meals for precious elderly citizens who can't get out. It broke out her window that was shattered because of the war. Much of her roof is gone. The ceiling is gone. She's frightened from Hezbollah.
Hezbollah?
Yeah. How does she get food? The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we come in. Thank you. You provide groceries, vegetables, hot meals. It's you.
Your emergency gift will help provide food to Clara and thousands like her trying to survive in the evacuated areas of Israel. Your urgently needed gift of $45 will help rush the delivery of an emergency food box and nutritious meals for a week.
It's you that gives her hope and lets her feel the presence of God.
It must be that God is here with me now. Thank you, and I'll say a special prayer of thanks to God.
When there's war and violence and brokenness, you and I as Christians are chosen to minister, to love. The wars come and the wars go, but something that never changes is hunger. And you help bring the peace when she can know, I have something to eat today.
President Donald Trump arrived at Caesars Superdome Sunday, marking the first time a sitting president had ever attended the Super Bowl. In a pre-taped interview with Bret Baier, the president tabbed the Kansas City Chiefs as his pick to win the big game. Well, it didn't work out. As he entered the stadium, he took some time to walk around the field, shook hands with Chiefs star defensive lineman Chris Jones. And join me now to discuss President Trump's Super Bowl appearance and all of the Super Bowl madness, the managing editor at the Washington Examiner, Chris Irvine. Chris, nice to see you here. His pick to win the Super Bowl, it wasn't even close. The Eagles were monsters last night. I think it's safe to say. We don't normally do sports on this program, but hey, that front four was vicious yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, the game itself was a blowout and a bit of a disappointment for the neutrals who wanted to watch, but I think it kind of showed that the only real true show in town was that of President Donald Trump.
Yeah, here's the thing. Donald Trump walked in. The place went wild. Taylor Swift comes, and they mentioned her name, and she got booed. And then her team got beat. And her boyfriend didn't get a three-peat. She had a bad night. He had a very good night. For the Swifties, it was ugly, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I think Trump had a little bit of fun at our expense as well, saying in a Truth Social post afterwards that MAGA is very unforgiving. I think, look, everybody likes Taylor Swift's music, whether you want to interpret whether you like her politics or not. It's clear that Trump is in the ascendancy right now, and those who have maybe spoken out against him in the past are not having the best of times. I guess the only thing that he got wrong through the whole night was he picked the wrong team to win.
Other than that, I mean, and I saw people on the left complaining about this, Chris. Well, it's going to cost all this money because of the extra security. It was already the most secure event, I think, maybe in American history. I mean, the Department of Homeland Security was there, the National Guard, the police, the sheriffs, the dogs, the planes, the drones, everything was in place because we had a terrorist attack in New Orleans just here a couple of weeks ago. I don't think it cost significantly more to put the president there because I think it was already locked down to the maximum, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the the security would have been as secure as it could possibly have been. That was the tragic events, obviously, that happened in New Orleans. Not to mention everything that goes with the Secret Service and the president right now. I mean, I thought it was quite remarkable. I didn't realize that he is the only sitting president to have gone to the Super Bowl, and I think it spoke to an enormous moment. It's the biggest event in America, if not the world, on TV. And it's great to see him there, whether you like him or you don't like him. He's visible. He's got a presence about him. He's showing that America is there on the greatest stage of them all, and I think it was quite refreshing.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in with a little bit of breaking news here. I'm yet to confirm this, but I've got some breaking news here about one of my colleagues here in Real America's Voice. I know a lot of you are going to want to hear this, but I'm being told by a very reliable source of mine here at Real America's Voice that Steve Bannon has struck a plea deal and will not be going to prison in his latest round of challenges, shall we say. And that's a pretty big bit of news that Steve Bannon, I don't know what the details of the plea deal are, but it will keep him out of jail and in the war room. And for a lot of folks, that's going to be pretty big news here today, Chris. You're just hearing it. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I don't know what's in the actual news there for the deal itself. I think if I was to hazard a guess, it would be maybe Bannon wants to get all this stuff behind him so that he can help Trump and can help the Trump administration either formally or informally, try and implement their agenda for the next 3.5 to 4 years. I think it's important just to draw lines under all of this. We've seen a new attorney general come in. We've seen we're about to get a new head of the FBI, and a whole bunch of changes happening at the DOJ and beyond. And this might be a moment for Bannon perhaps to just move on. I think that's probably what's in his thinking right now.
I think you're probably right, Chris. But again, pretty remarkable to hear, because he was facing another trial, another challenge, a whole series of legal jeopardy he was in. But again, if you're just joining us, breaking news, Steve Bannon has apparently struck a plea deal. We're waiting for details. Comes to me from a very reliable source. Struck a plea deal and will not be spending any time in prison. So that's good news. All right. So, Chris, let me just go back to Donald Trump. His numbers, as far as popularity, better than at any time in either term. And in fact, they're going up. And those on the left are they're dumbfounded. They're like, well, how can this be? He's doing all these things. He's doing exactly what he told the voters he was going to do. He's doing what these voters want him to do. He's doing what they had intended for him to do. And so it's bizarre to me to watch those on the left go apoplectic, going, well, he's doing all these things. Exactly what he said he would do, just like before. When Donald Trump says he's going to do it, he's going to do his level best to do it, isn't he?
Well, isn't that refreshing to have a politician who actually does what he says he's going to do? I think on the eve of the Super Bowl, this CBS News poll came out, which showed that he had 53 to 47 approval rating. And the words that were used to describe him are tough, energetic, focused, and effective. I mean, you can't really ask for any better than that if you're a president who wants to kind of come in and just completely knock the table over and throw chairs around the room and do what he said he was going to do. And whether you like him, whether you dislike him, it's been incredibly effective, and it's been quite impressive to watch. And there's no doubt that the Democrats are on their back heels, and they still haven't really kind of come up with an effective attack point.
Well, apparently you've got Jasmine Crockett and Maxine Waters and Elizabeth Warren all screaming for Elon Musk to be the one held accountable, to throw the coders, the 19-year-old coders, if I may be so bold, to throw big balls in jail. I mean, this is their plan, right? I mean, and watching Anderson Cooper say that several times over the weekend, being forced to say that, that was worth my price of admission. At any rate, the point being is these people are also doing what we asked them to do. Look at the books. Tell us where we're getting screwed, and then fix it, please. Chris, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, Luke, absolutely. I mean, whether we want the argument here is, oh, well, Elon Musk wasn't elected. Okay, fine, but Donald Trump said he was going to have Elon Musk come in and help him do this stuff. So Musk is doing what Trump said he was going to do. And there is no doubt that there is ridiculous levels of government waste. Musk is just doing that thing where you overturn the rock and you find a whole bunch of horrible bugs and stuff underneath it. And okay, maybe he's got some rather unorthodox methods in doing so. Big balls not accepted. Then this is kind of the price of admission, I suppose.
Yeah. Chris Irvine, Managing Editor, Washington Examiner. Sir, thank you for being here. Come back anytime. Greatly appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
There you have it. All right. If you've seen the news from economists forecasting a depression, not a recession, a depression by the year 2030 makes you think, well, maybe I should pay attention. We are in a perfect storm of Social Security and Medicare hit a breaking point with the largest generation hitting retirement. A smaller workforce means a smaller tax base. Pair that with our growing national debt and rising cost of living, and we have a very big problem. So what are you going to do to protect your family for the future? Gold is a safe haven in hard times, and Birch Gold makes it easy to diversify a portion of your savings into physical gold. Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Protect your future. Text America to 989898. Get your free information kit on gold and a copy of The Ultimate Guide for Gold in the Trump Era with a foreword by Donald Trump Jr. There is no obligation, just information. Birch Gold has earned the trust of countless Americans looking to safeguard their savings. You can count on them, too. Text America to the number 989898. Do that today. After the break, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the DOJ will prosecute people who obstruct ICE raids, including the FBI. That's next.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
And for stuffy little noses, pick up the new Navage Baby Aspirator, now at Walmart in the baby department.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, paw licking, soft stools, and low energy with a simple 3-minute change to their diet? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, the anti-kibble breakthrough that's helping dogs act like puppies again.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better. This is my way more energetic dog.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Unlike fresh food, Nature's Blend is gently freeze-dried. This means extraordinary health benefits, but with zero prep, zero fridge, and zero mess.
I just feed her right out of the bag. She's obsessed with this food. Thank you, Dr. Marty.
And for a limited time, get up to 54% off with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Well, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi talked yesterday about immigration enforcement and was also asked about leaks inside the government. And here's part of what she said.
it very well could rise to the level of obstruction, and we will be looking at every single case where someone jeopardizes the lives of the great men and women in law enforcement, and you will be held accountable if you leak, if you do anything, like you said, if you come out with bullhorns that could jeopardize their lives. We will investigate it, and we will come after you.
We will come after you. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem also called the FBI corrupt, which appears to say the FBI is leaking the ICE raids. DHS Secretary Noem also said she will work with every agency to stop leaks and prosecute crooked deep state agents. Joining me now to discuss this, our Real America's Voice correspondent Roger Hudson in Denver, where there was one of these leaks, Roger.
Right, absolutely.
Where the agents showed up, and the people they're trying to apprehend had been tipped off through the news media. But now, if you connect the dots, Roger, it seems what she's saying is the FBI tipped off the news media, which tipped off the people they're trying to arrest, which creates a very volatile, explosive situation, dangerous situation, doesn't it?
Absolutely. America's top cop telling us right now that they believe that someone inside the FBI may have been talking with and communicating with the news media, and that may explain why the news media was following them and actually there before law enforcement arrived at every single one of these locations. And what's really interesting about this is I can't remember any president or any kind of authority that has been any more transparent than the Trump administration so far. Matter of fact, Tom Holland, whether it's Homeland Security or the new AG, has been more transparent about what they're doing. If you went to the social media accounts just last week for Homeland Security and ICE, there were daily updates, there were videos, there were pictures of the arrests and where they were going. Those have all shut down. After these leaks, you cannot find any information about what they're doing, what they're conducting. And for a news media that was so critical of these operations, they have now just lost their mind. They're like, why are we not getting information? Why are you not telling us stuff? And I'll tell you why. They're now afraid to give information because it's become so dangerous to share information with local media. And we're seeing this also in other locations. We also saw the Los Angeles Times not only say that the FBI there in Los Angeles had given them tips, but they named their sources. They are now moving so quickly and so without repercussions, they're naming the FBI agents that have given them information. So we now know that the FBI has leaked this information. We know who's doing it.
Right. So if you've got a leak that is putting the frontline agents of ICE or whatever agency, ATF could be a deputized county sheriff, whoever it is.
Right.
You're putting these people, you're putting their lives in danger.
Absolutely.
What should the penalty be? Should an FBI officer be terminated for that or prosecuted potentially?
It is clearly obstruction. And for conservatives, we've been losing our mind over the last 4 years. As we have seen illegal immigration and illegals just flood into the United States, we've wondered why sanctuary states like mine here in Colorado have allowed, like Colorado, 45,000 illegals just flood through our states. Why was this not considered obstruction? I would argue that was, and if you're going to protect these individuals, that surmounts into obstruction. I'll tell you, it goes even farther. The charter schools just there in Aurora, they're just a few miles from here. They have now instructed their teachers and staff not to open the doors in case there are ICE agents or any officers that come to the doors with any kind of insignia with officers. Now think about that. Colorado has a history of having school shootings, and we do, back in Columbine in '99. And you're now telling school officers, students, and even teachers not to open the doors if you have federal officers come to the school with guns or any kind of insignia, a badge, and not let them into the schools. Think about the repercussions if there was a school shooting inside of that school in Aurora. I can't even imagine the repercussions in case there was some sort of danger to our students.
Yeah, well, right. It's the only word that comes to mind is
insanity?
Reckless. They're just reckless.
Absolutely.
To do such it's heinous and it's reckless. And it's flat out dangerous, Roger.
Right.
And I know you're on top of the story there in Denver and tracking down how those leaks came to be. And I know you're going to get us some information on it because you keep on the story. But this cannot stand. And Pam Bondi needs to drop a hammer on this. I'll give you the last word.
Well, it's far more than obstruction. It's dangerous, it's reckless, and it must stop. And I'm so glad that Cash I'm hoping will be confirmed, because the FBI must be, from the head down, must be cleaned out. There's obviously an infection that must be cured, and I think it's long past time.
No question. Roger Hudson in the Denver newsroom. Thank you for that, Roger.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us just how wonderful America is, and yes, it is. Plus, answers to our America's Voice question of the day. Do you think we should discontinue making the penny? Why or why not? I'll be back.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. But here's the good news. 4 Patriots is offering a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. Hurry, go to 4patriots.com now.
Saving America is no easy feat, but your kids can help the president with the free Kids Guide to Saving America. This fun guide teaches kids what they can do right now to make America great again. Get a free collectible pin when you order at KidsSaveUs.com. That's KidsSaveUs.com.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
Yes, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day because we want to put a smile on your face and send you home thinking just how great this country is. Why? Because it is. How about this? A school bus driver is being praised as a hero after his split-second decision saved multiple lives on U.S. Highway 169. Brian Lathrop early on Wednesday morning when a semi came into his lane about to hit him head-on, and then with quick thinking, he swerved out of the truck's way, narrowly avoiding that head-on collision. Brian said, if we had met him head-on, I probably wouldn't have survived. The Mille Lacs County Sheriff's Office commended Lathrop's decisive action, stating that his skill response saved many lives. This is in Minnesota, of course. The Namia School District will formally recognize his heroism at the next school board meeting. What makes America wonderful? Heroes in our country like this guy, who, if not for his quick thinking, could have seen himself and others really get hurt really badly. All right. Give credit where credit's due. People out there just working every day. Here's your question of the day from America's Voice. Do you think we should discontinue making the penny? Why or why not? Donald Trump put it out there over the weekend. People would say that that makes sense. CFEs. They just as well just continue making pennies. They are not even fully copper anymore. They're just a zinc disc coated with copper. Run one through the washing machine, most of the copper washed off. The filling station would not accept it as a part of the payment, really. Granny number 5, that's what I'm going with, Granny 5. The penny is essential to teaching children how to count to 100, fractions, multiplication, subtraction, value, and economics. Every single thing that starts with 1 would rather lose the nickel. All right, how about we lose them both? Trail boss, Wayne is the trail boss. If we're paying 2 cents to make a penny, that's kind of stupid. I'd rather see inflation go down so that the penny is worth something again. Now, there you go. There you go. Stoven K. Bannon writes, if you want my 2 cents, I think it's a good idea. It is dumb that a penny costs more to make than it's worth. It's been that way for a while, you know. Pushrod, yes, dump it when it's only worth half of what it costs to manufacture, and most people don't even want them in their pocket. It's time to stop making them. Stephen Mex has this. No, not even if we can correct inflation. No, not if we can correct inflation. That's the right answer. All right, we'll leave it there for today. If you missed it here a moment ago, I did have some breaking news. Our friend and colleague, Stephen K. Bannon, has struck a plea deal that'll keep him out of prison and keep him on the air on the War Room right here in Real America's Voice. We're excited to hear that and glad that we've been able to clean that up and move forward. Glad to have that in the new year for Mr. Bannon. Good colleague. Never saw anybody that could see around a political corner as well as he could. Not ever. Remember to join me tomorrow to kick off your broadcast day right here on the Steve Brewer Show on Real America's Voice and back from America's Voice Live. It's Special Report straight ahead.
Gentlemen, there's a war in your face, and the enemy is relentless. Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles, dry skin. They will stop at nothing to make you look older than you feel. But you don't have to stand by and surrender. It's time to fight back with Particle, face cream for men. Particle's 6-in-1 formula is the secret weapon you've been looking for. It's the ultimate counterattack against the signs of aging. The mission: diminish eye bags, reduce wrinkles, remove dark spots, defeat dry skin. Enlist with Particle today and join men just like you who decided to fight back and won the battle against aging. Visit particlemen.com. Lock in your target. Use the promo code on your screen to secure 25% off your entire order. We're offering free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Join the fight with Particle.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Coming up on Special Reports, with his attendance at Sunday night's game being met with a massive roar of cheers, Trump is now the first sitting president to go to the Super Bowl. We'll discuss the highlights from the big game with Real America's Voice's White House correspondent, Brian Glenn.
And GOP commentator Reed Rasner breaks down the effect of the Trump tariffs and how that will put America first.
And sexual abuse survivor Tanya Andre joins us to talk about going from survivor to thriver and combating human trafficking. All that and more right now on Special Report. Thank you so much for tuning in to this hour of special reports. I'm Emily Finn alongside Beau Davidson. The Philadelphia Eagles were victorious in last night's Super Bowl game, with President Trump's appearance marking the first from a sitting president. The crowd roared with cheers for him when he was showed on the Jumbotron during the game.
We want to welcome in Real America's Voice White House correspondent Brian Glenn for discussion. Brian, now this was history in the making. Trump posted on his Truth Social account about his time at the game. How is he reacting, do you think, to the final score? You know, the man loves competition and he loves winners.
Yeah, I don't think he really enjoyed the degree of competition in that game. It seems like the Chiefs really didn't have a chance the entire 4 quarters. But I do love the fact that we have a sitting president, Donald J. Trump, at a Super Bowl. It's kind of hard to believe that we haven't seen that before. I mean, what in the world could be bigger in America's sports than the Super Bowl? But now, Beau, we have a president who wants to see the highest game in NFL, and that is the Super Bowl, and I'm glad he was there.
Yeah, and Taylor Swift got a lot of boos, and he commented on that too. I thought that was quite interesting as well, that he said the only group that had a tougher time than the Chiefs out there was Taylor Swift. I thought that was actually pretty interesting. But Brian, I want to get your thoughts on this, because there's been a lot of talk about Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance. Now, a lot of conservatives today are really trashing it, but as a musician, and you know this about me, Brian, I listen to it with an open mind. And if you listen to what Kendrick is rapping about, a lot of it is a shot at the rapper Drake and allegations of him getting with underage girls. He even had tennis star Serena Williams out there, who is Drake's ex, to make a point. He even wore a lowercase necklace, which symbolizes the key of A minor. And that's a reference also to Drake's alleged sexual relations with minors. Samuel L. Jackson, as Uncle Sam, tells Kendrick he needs to get back in line, which I think is the establishment trying to tell him to keep him in his place and not tell a story, not, upset the apple cart. So, Brian, I think that we have to keep an open mind and not necessarily throw the baby out with the bathwater. If people don't like rap music, and I'm honestly not a fan, I understand it, but if this were, let's say, Kid Rock, and he was out there calling out Diddy and all the stuff that was going on, I think conservatives might be cheering it on. So I'm just floating this to you as an alternative perspective on what happened at halftime, because I saw a lot of negative reaction, but he's calling someone out about doing something really bad that we as conservatives would say is equally bad no matter who's doing it.
That is an excellent point, Beau, and I have heard that take earlier today. But here's kind of the bigger picture. I think the majority of viewership that watches the Super Bowl has no idea that who Drake is. They don't know any feud between the two, and they don't know necessarily the story that he's trying to tell. He does an excellent story, the imagery, the symbolism of the dancers, the colors, Uncle Sam, the necklace that you pointed out. He does an excellent job doing that. But I think overall, the average viewer at home has no idea not only what he's trying to portray through these images, but even what he's saying. Now, of course, Jay-Z, Rock Nation, has an agreement with the NFL. It was a 5-year deal to produce the Super Bowl halftimes. Now, if you look back in the last few halftimes that we've had, they've been very similar in genres. I'm not the biggest fan of hip hop and rap. I can appreciate it. I love to see Snoop Dogg when it was in Los Angeles, I believe last year or just in past years. I like it. I didn't necessarily enjoy the halftime performance, but I can appreciate the talent and the symbolism that he's trying to get across.
Yeah. Kendrick Lamar certainly is an incredible storyteller. I believe he won a Pulitzer Prize for some of his rapping. Yeah. That's unique. That's not something that you see very often, but I think a lot of football fans are pretty confused by all the Easter eggs in that performance. Yeah. Regardless, President Trump was still hard at work on his way to the Super Bowl, though. He signed a proclamation on Air Force One declaring February 9th Gulf of America Day. He, of course, recently renamed it from the Gulf of Mexico. Brian, tell us about the significance of this name change.
I like it. I think it's very popular. Obviously, we were there at Mar-a-Lago when he kind of introduced or hinted that he was going to do that, and that instantly lit up the internet. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman from Georgia, drafted up official articles on this, and it has been submitted, I believe, into legislation there in Congress to officially do it as well, or at least to back it up from a legislative point of view. It's very popular. His case was, look, we've got so much interest in this water. It's millions and millions of acres of water there. And he's like, look, it belongs to us. We have interest there. Why not call it Gulf of America, almost slipped there. And I just saw an ad. This is interesting. I just saw an ad before I came on the set here from an oil company talking about exploration. Where? In the Gulf of America. So they've already switched it in television ads. I love it.
Well, it's interesting too, Brian, because you think about it's just a name, and what's in a name, as they say in Shakespeare. But the truth of it is it's about a mindset. It's about a mantra of putting Americans first and bringing, I think, energy independence and dominance back to our country. I think that's just kind of the icing on the cake. If you get people thinking we're America first, then everyone agrees that America's first, and you start acting like America first. Am I right in that?
You're absolutely right, and that's what he ran on, the America First agenda. And I guess that includes naming bodies of water that touch your coastline. I think it's a pretty good gesture.
Well, Trump has been delivering on all of the promises that he made on the campaign trail, Brian, and landing him the highest approval ratings in both of his presidencies. According to a CBS poll, Americans described him as tough and energetic as he continues to tackle top issues. So what else can we expect to see on the president's upcoming schedule? And Brian, a bigger question, why does he never yawn? I've never seen it.
That is an excellent point. I don't know when the man sleeps, to be honest with you. We get his schedule every day, and they send out the press pool schedule, and it's literally almost a minute-by-minute process of what the president is doing. I don't know when he sleeps, but to your point, the people love him because he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, and he's had 4 years to put the people in place to do these very things. That's what makes this presidency different than 2016. He trusted a lot of people in 2016 that didn't necessarily have his back and did not let him do the things that he wanted to do. But this year, this term is very different. And that's why that 70% approval rating on following up on campaign promises, being described as tough, energetic, smart. There it is right there on your screen. That's the only results that we really need to look at. I am finding it hard to believe that our legacy media keeps asking this president the most ridiculous questions that aren't really relevant to making America great again. Look at those numbers. That's all you need to know. I'm going to see the president later today for some signing of some executive orders. I'm going to ask him about his thoughts on this approval ratings, and I'm going to see where is the disconnect from the mainstream media in Main Street USA. They're not on the same page, and those numbers tell.
Well, I think he's absolutely
tell
going
it right there.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to appreciate that question. Brian, tell us more about what you're going to be doing at the White House. I understand that he's announcing 25% blanket tariffs on all steel imports. Also expected to roll off some tariffs on aluminum in the coming days. So what can you tell us?
Okay, well, I think it's really interesting how tariffs have become so controversial. And it's not controversial to us because we've known he's going to do this. This is the way that we bring in revenue. This is the way we enforce production here in this country. So it's a great way to bring down our deficit, bring in revenue, and make it more competitive for U.S.-based companies. Now, today, that 25% blanket tariff on steel, he's going to do this a little bit later this afternoon. Also, side note here, if you're a big fan of the plastic straw, well, you're getting a little bit of a victory later on this afternoon. He's going to do an executive order on banning paper straws within our government, which is a big deal. So it doesn't mean that the Starbucks or your local coffee shop cannot give you a paper straw. They can do that. But within the federal government, which is one of the biggest purchaser of straws, it's got to be plastic, not paper.
All right. Well, getting rid of straws and also getting rid of the penny. Brian, I don't know if you saw this. President Trump said that he's eliminating the 1 cent coin, instructing Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, to stop producing it. The U.S. Mint reported a more than $85 million loss just in making pennies last year alone. Brian, are they going to be a relic of the past sometime soon, just like those paper straws?
You know, I've got to wonder how many people out there right now are running into the bottom of their couch and looking underneath their car to see if there's any extra pennies around. It might be a collector's item one day. I think this is a long time coming, but now we have to look at what does it cost to make a nickel? Should we do away with the nickels? I don't know. I think it's symbolic of just kind of cutting out waste and not really necessarily fraud, but waste in our government and just being as productive as possible. So next time we can't say penny for your thoughts. We may have to say a nickel for your thoughts, guys.
Right, yeah, exactly. And don't tell my fiance this because she likes putting a penny in flowers in the water, something about maybe the copper does and keeps the flower longer. That's what I've heard. I don't know. She'll be desperately searching, like you just said, for pennies if they're going to be going out of style soon. And that's the penny for my thoughts. But to your point, Brian, about his popularity, you mentioned promises made, promises kept. Think about read my lips, no new taxes. For someone to actually say something and mean it is rare in politics, but it's happening with this president. Just your final thoughts in the last 15 seconds, Brian.
You're right. And you've wrapped it up. He is someone that people can trust. If he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it. If he's completely against something, then he's ruled that out.
Yep.
Unlike what you hear in Capitol Hill, guys. Yep. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Brian. We'll see you soon. And coming up, we'll speak with one father who says his son was stillborn due to the COVID-19 vaccine, and that social media is censoring his story. We'll be right back.
Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you're losing benefits for any reason or new to Medicare, you can call now because you may be eligible for plans in your zip code with additional benefits or cost savings you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you. Different Part C plans are available in different parts of the country, so don't wait. Call the number on your screen now. You should call now even if you've called before. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits and potential cost savings. Call to speak with a licensed insurance agent and find out if you are eligible for a special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2025 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Just call 800-912-5254. 800-912-5254.
Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you're losing benefits for any reason or new to Medicare, you can call now because you may be eligible for plans in your zip code with additional benefits or cost savings you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you. Different Part C plans are available in different parts of the country, so don't wait. Call the number on your screen now. You should call now even if you've called before. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits and potential cost savings. Call to speak with a licensed insurance agent and find out if you are eligible for a special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2025 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Just call 800-912-5254. 800-912-5254.
Welcome back to Special Reports. New information continues to come out about the dangers of the COVID-19 vaccine side effects. One young father has been speaking out about the vaccine's harms on social media. His son Walker was stillborn at 36 weeks, and he believes it was his wife, the mother of his children, being forced to take the vaccine by her employer that ultimately led to his son's death.
And we want to welcome for discussion Corey Wesley Payton, known as Pookie the Plumber on TikTok. Corey, thank you for joining us today, first of all, and we're really sorry what happened about your son. Why don't you just tell us in your own words the story of what happened?
Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all having me on today to tell this story. I'm going to try to do this without crying best I can. Me and my wife tried for about 5 years to get pregnant, and then we kind of didn't give up. We kind of took us a break or whatnot. And in 2021, she had, I think, till the end of the year, mandated by her job to get the vaccine because she was essential. And so literally on December 31st of 2021 is when she got her first vaccine. And then I believe it was January 28th of 2022, she got her second vaccine. And then we found out early October we were pregnant, and everything went great. Every appointment we went to went great. And then she goes in. Excuse me.
It's okay. Take your time.
She goes in for just a regular 36-week checkup, and I'm at work. And I got the phone call that he was no longer there.
My God. I'm so sorry to be seeing this pain here today, Corey. You have been going viral on social media talking about this very experience that you and your wife went through. You've been using the hashtag "His name is Walker" on posts where you talk about your son. But TikTok keeps taking them down. Why do you think that's the case?
I'm not real sure. It seems they want to censor everything I've got to say lately. They've never censored me much before, but I've never talked about this topic. I'm not a political kind of person, and I don't get into topics like these. But the video that sent me viral with this topic, I literally got the text from my wife about 5 minutes before that video of the side effects that had finally come out from the vaccines, and I looked over it and didn't look twice. And I said, yeah, it's a big list I figured they would come out with. And she said, look at the third thing on that list. And that's when I read, and it said stillbirth. And it hit me sideways, because I found out right then that could possibly be a reason we lost him, because we've had 4 different reasons why we lost him. But, in the long run, nobody actually give us a definite reason of why he was gone.
Right, and you just mentioned that. You said it was the third thing on the list, and I'm sure probably at the time it wasn't in the forefront of your mind. So as you do this research now on vaccines, I mean, there's been so much misinformation out there on COVID. We're just learning this now, and I think it will continue to unfold over the years and decades to come. So it's hard to know what's true anymore. How did you determine that you believe, you and your wife, that it was the vaccine that ultimately caused your son's death, among the other reasons that you had been considering in the aftermath?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever ultimately be able to say that that's 100% what happened to him, because in the rush of everything that happened, once you're past a certain stage in a pregnancy, you have to go through that birth. So with us being young parents and trying for as long as we did, and that being our first experience, things were just running rampant in our minds. We did not do an autopsy. We believed and trusted what our doctor said about the cord. There was something with this cord, even though there was nothing visibly with this cord wrong, until we got another reason from a different doctor of what could have possibly happened. So we're never going to be 100% on what happened to him, for the simple fact that could have been an outcome of something that was mandated for her to do, and her to have no choice in that is never going to sit well with me. And it might be me pulling to have a reason for myself as a father with a lost child, but I do believe that had a lot to do with what happened to my boy.
Wow. Well, certainly hope that there will be investigations underway now that President Trump is back in the White House. He's getting a lot of his cabinet members confirmed. The Senate is expected to vote to officially confirm RFK Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary this week. Corey, I know that you say that you're not very political, but do you have any thoughts on RFK Jr.? What do you hope that he is able to get accomplished? I mean, he's been one of Trump's most controversial cabinet picks because of his past remarks on vaccines. What do you hope that he's actually able to change?
Like I said, me not being political, I can just go off of what I feel and what I've experienced. I don't think, even if being essentials, a factor in it, I don't think you should have to be mandated for any type of vaccine. There's people out there that I've got a lot of followers on TikTok, and a lot of them never vaccinated their child for anything and said that they're as strong as an ox. And that's he said, she said, but nobody should have to be mandated to do anything like that or stick anything in their body, in my personal opinion.
No, I think you're right about that, Corey. I'm actually a young father myself, and my son just turned 1. And I think about the vaccines that were offered to his mother as well as to him as a newborn, and it's a lot. It's a lot for a newborn's young immune system to handle. So, what do you want for new parents to know about vaccines for their children? I mean, what advice would you give them? It sounds to me like what you're most concerned about is not just doing your research, but preventing mandates, preventing people from forcing things into parents and to young children's immune systems if they haven't been properly researched.
I would say, like you said, do all your research, and it's hard to trust any research you do these days because you don't know what's reliable and what's not reliable. Everything's back and forth with research. So do as much as you can, and just off my own experience, if they're going to mandate something that hasn't been around for that long, I don't know that I would trust it. I'm not from here on out going to trust anything like that. And if it wasn't for me and my wife, we're not rich and famous or anything like that. And sometimes it's paycheck to paycheck. So a lot of people ask me, well, why didn't she just walk away from her job? We can't just walk away from a job like that. When it's something like that on the line, some people can't just up and walk away from a job, and they take that bite. If I would have thought at any risk of losing Walker would have been that bite, she would have ran from that job. And I just want people to know that.
Yeah, we really appreciate you coming on the show to share your story about this, Corey. I feel like a lot of people are very tight-lipped. They're not, as forthcoming as you have been, and you've done a whole lot to share a lot about this experience. So we really appreciate you.
Thank y'all so much for letting me.
Thank you.
Now coming up, Reed Rasner joins us to break down the effect of Trump's tariffs against Mexico and Canada. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us after the commercial.
Learning is hard work. Hard work requires character. Learning begins in faith. It must move upward toward the highest thing, unseen at the beginning, God. And freedom is essential to learning. Its principles must be studied and defended. Learning, character, faith, and freedom. These are the inseparable purposes of Hillsdale College.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Weber, CEO of AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is at a crossroads, and the first 100 days of President Trump's administration will be critical in shaping our nation's future. That's why AMAC is proud to introduce the first 100 Days Tracker. Our tracker will monitor the administration and Congress as they work to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda, ensuring progress on critical issues like sealing our borders, protecting your freedoms, and strengthening our economy. As an AMAC member, you'll receive daily updates and opportunities to take action. Together, we will hold our leaders accountable and celebrate the victories that make our nation stronger. Join the AMAC family today and be part of a movement driving real change. I look forward to welcoming you to AMAC.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. But here's the good news. 4 Patriots is offering a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. Hurry, go to 4patriots.com now.
It's time to get your dream kitchen at Cabinets to Go.
Right now, save on every single cabinet in your design. Up to $175 off per cabinet. Come in today and get your dream kitchen for just $148 per month.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Welcome back to Special Report. There's been a lot of talk about President Trump's tariff threats against Mexico and Canada as the nations have been granted a 30-day pause by President Trump until they agree to help secure their respective borders and crack down on trafficking and fentanyl.
But many economists have fears that these tariffs will end up hurting Americans' pocketbooks, as the tariff war can cause spikes in prices of goods that we import from other countries. Now, here to speak about this very conundrum is Reed Rasner, a former wealth advisor and GOP commentator. Welcome to the show, Reed.
Hi, thanks for having me, guys. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, we are in that Super Bowl hangover, of course, Reed, but we have to talk economics. We have to talk tariffs. That the world still turns, even if the Chiefs lose, which is not the worst thing in the world as well, as we've said. Reed, as I mentioned in the intro, economists fear that these tariffs will cause a short-term squeeze on the pocketbook as prices of goods may increase. What kind of increases are we talking about here, and on what types of goods?
Well, you're going to see some short-term increases, and President Trump has said this all along. The short-term pain is outweighed by the long-term benefits. And we're in a society where it's give me, give me, give me, and it's a now, now, now society. But the long-term benefits and what President Trump is setting up for America and Americans outweigh these short-term pains that we're going to feel as the cost of goods rise. They will come back down. We'll have higher, better-paying jobs as manufacturing comes back. right here to the United States as we begin to become energy independent and an exporter of energy again here in the United States, where we're drilling and we're digging our coal and we're pumping our beautiful gas right here in Wyoming. And we're going to see tariffs imposed on Mexico and China for, it sounds like, steel and aluminum at 25%, he announced. So that's exciting because that will come right back to America, where U.S. steel will begin manufacturing and great high-paying jobs will come out of this. So that's very exciting things for America and Americans on the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those executive orders are coming today. I mean, we were saying earlier, when does this guy yawn? When does he take a nap? You know, he's just doing so much. It's great to see. And, you know, he really has a business mindset when it comes to running the country. President Trump threatened these tariffs, and he knew ahead of time that it would get Mexico and Canada to the table. It's already worked. Do you think that he works it out with these two nations and he ends up not needing to enforce the tariffs at all? Or do you think that they go into effect and we start to see the prices increase?
Well, they're going to go into effect. He said they're going to go into effect. And we're all fine with fair trade, but it has to be fair and open trade. And tariffs are going to level the playing field for America. The taxpayer right now shoulders the cost of the world. And there's a difference between tariffs and taxes. Tariffs tax the goods that we're importing, and that's paid by the manufacturers in the countries that we're importing it from. Taxes tax the individuals in this country, at which it just funds Washington bloat and goat as we're funding wars and we're funding everything across the globe. So stop taxing the Americans and start taxing the imports is what President Trump is saying. Bring the manufacturing and high-paying jobs right back here to America and start championing for the American people finally. This is what we need, a business mindset in the White House and a business mindset in the Senate and a business mindset in the House. This has to start happening.
Yeah, that's been a novel concept, unfortunately, especially in the past 4 years. Has not exactly been a business mindset at all. And we just mentioned it, you just mentioned actually, Reed, that President Trump will begin levying a 25% tariff on all imported steel and aluminum. Now, you've contended that these tariffs make American industry more competitive. So explain to us what these tariffs might do and how that helps the American worker.
Sure, when we put a 25% tariff on Canada or Mexico, any of the steel coming into this country will cost 25% more, which we're buying all of our steel and aluminum from Canada and Mexico. So for these manufacturers to get around the tariff, they simply bring the jobs to America, open up factories right here in America. Hopefully in Wyoming, we'll have beautiful aluminum and steel manufacturing. And we can manufacture that in America and avoid the tariffs. So we'll see the decrease. But the good thing is the Americans will begin being employed by these great high-paying manufacturing jobs, the executive jobs that come along with it. And our economy, our GDP across the board is going to grow as these companies bring their business back to America. This is so important for people to understand. The long-term benefits that we are about to experience are going to outweigh the short-term pains that we're feeling today. And everyone is complaining about eggs. I went grocery shopping like many people did this weekend, and everyone had eggs on their brain. The eggshells are missing, or they're very, very expensive. Those are all going to come back very soon when we stop importing them and start getting our agricultural industries back up and running 100% in this country. It's so beautiful to see.
It really is. It certainly is an America First agenda, not just for now, but for the way far future as well. And you've also said that the pandemic exposed America's over-reliance on imported medicines, semiconductors, and energy. So what will these tariffs do to make us more self-reliant? How are we going to be putting ourselves first here?
Well, when we look at pharmaceuticals, and we look at intellectual property, especially when we talk about technology, pharmaceuticals, and the development of these great new technologies are happening right here in America. The problem is we take those technologies and we sell those ideas to China. We give them over to Canada or Mexico, and then they replicate or duplicate what we innovated right here in America. And then they sell it back to us for a premium. It's absolutely absurd and it makes no sense. We need business leaders being the elected officials, and we need to get rid of these career politicians who have destroyed America these past 50 years. And look at Joe Biden's career, 50 years, a half a century in politics, and still doesn't understand the difference between a tariff and a tax. And the Democrats and mainstream media are losing their heads over this. When we bring that back and protect intellectual property and protect businesses and protect American first interests and Americans, America thrives and we will be a global leader once again. We'll no longer stand China making our computer chips and then selling them back to America using our technology. These will be made in America on American soil by Americans, and China will soon be buying those chips from amazing American companies, American manufacturing companies, American companies, and they'll say made in America. It'll be a very beautiful thing. This is what's about to happen.
Yeah, Reed, it's interesting. You mentioned Joe Biden. You know, it's interesting how he was incompetent when it came to bringing in revenue for the United States, but he sure knows how to line his own pockets and his family's pockets, especially when it came to the Chinese and to Ukraine, other foreign countries, which is actually a good segue into the fact that you've contended that this tariff posturing becomes a national security issue as well. Explain how you see that.
Oh, absolutely. The national security, just on our technology alone, just take one small piece of what's happening with the tariffs. Our semiconductors, you mentioned that. Our chip manufacturing. These are absolute national security items that have to be held up right here in America, and we have to stop selling this technology off to the rest of the world. These chips are in our fighter jets. They're in our nuclear submarines. They're in our new nuclear plants across the globe. And we have to protect this technology. It's absolutely national security. Not only that, but when we're looking at building this beautiful wall along our southern border and stopping these cartels and these immigrants from coming across, the technology that we use will be profound, and the chips that we're using will be profound. It's going to be an amazing, amazing time for American innovation, and I'm proud to lead the way right here in Wyoming as we look forward to this innovation and leadership that we're going into. The golden age of America is here, and President Trump and guys just like me are leading us all along the way. It's very, very exciting.
Absolutely. I really want to stay on this topic of national security, though, and talk about China specifically. You brought up China a little bit earlier in this conversation. Are they going to see these tariffs as kind of retaliatory almost? There's been so much going on with Taiwan and the United States, kind of loose promises to protect them. Would this be the time for Xi Jinping, for the CCP to invade? Would they see these tariffs as something that could incite war or incite violence like that?
No, there's going to be an economic war. It's going to be a technology war. We have AI. We have so many advancements happening. We've already seen China implement 10% tariffs on our coal, our gas, and our agricultural equipment. They'll give us retaliatory economic sanctions like tariffs, and they're the second largest global power. They will not stand a chance once we turn off the faucet to our technologies. They will not stand a chance when we turn off our intellectual property faucets. We will crush China at every level, regardless of their sanctions. And the things that we buy, that I buy, I don't want to say made in China anymore. I want them to say made in America. And every day that we wake up, we're bleeding red, white, and blue. It's a beautiful thing under President Trump. And that's truly what he's creating here, is this sense of patriotism and pride in America. China doesn't stand a chance, and for national security reasons, they'll wage economic war on us. They'll look at AI. We saw that with DeepSeek versus NVIDIA. We just saw that. And now Congress is going to start regulating DeepSeek. They won't allow it on government phones. And we saw a very similar pattern happen with TikTok, where Congress passed legislation to start with not allowing any of TikTok applications on government programs or at government phones. So we'll ban DeepSeek, and we will hurt China. China is in for it if they don't want to come to the table and negotiate and give us an American first agenda. And we get 4 beautiful long years of this with President Trump, and another amazing 8 years with hopeful President J.D. Vance. That's what's beautiful about this. 12 years of total domination of American first agenda. Big smiles all the way across, even though it's a Monday, and we're winning, and that's exciting.
Reed, just about 30 seconds left. You mentioned energy independence. Talk to us a little bit about what liquid natural gas can do for energy independence.
Oh boy, liquid natural gas, it can give us power, and Wyoming is such a hub for this. We can power all of the AI technology. These massive warehouses are taking and consuming so much power, and our coal is the lowest sulfur coal in all of the planet right now, and we can export that. But When we look at LNG, we can actually create energy from this and power these massive plants for AI. We can do this right here from Wyoming, and this is what's exciting. We have the cleanest coal in the world. We are sitting on the massive amount of liquid natural gas, and we have a ton of oil right here in Wyoming.
Yep.
Exciting stuff, Reed. That is so awesome. This is the golden age of America. We'd love to see it. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back after the break.
If anyone has told you that gaining weight, feeling tired, and struggling with nagging digestive and joint issues is just a part of getting older, they are wrong. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and after years of struggling with these same issues, I found a new way to support my health at home by making one simple change to my diet. It's called BioComplete 3. BioComplete 3 works by restoring your gut health from the inside out. This is a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and have kept the weight off for 25 years. It's not just me. This is working for everybody. Joe helped his gut health, and you can see the changes, not just how he looks on the outside, but how much better he felt on the inside.
I was 270. I'm now 140. It just feels amazing. Thank you, Dr. Gundry.
I helped all these people achieve incredible changes to their weight, their digestion, even their skin. And for a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, paw licking, soft stools, and low energy with a simple 3-minute change to their diet? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, the anti-kibble breakthrough that's helping dogs act like puppies again.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better. This is my way more energetic dog.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Unlike fresh food, Nature's Blend is gently freeze-dried. This means extraordinary health benefits, but with zero prep, zero fridge, and zero mess.
I just feed her right out of the bag. She's obsessed with this food. Thank you, Dr. Marty.
And for a limited time, get up to 54% off with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
It's been an amazing journey. I had a lot of medical problems. When I was 20 years old, I was told that I had the inside of a 60-year-old woman, and so I dealt with a lot of physical problems, and I remember telling my husband, I think I'm going to die. I wasn't going to wake up because I was having many strokes and had already had a heart attack, already had a stroke, and I tried everything. I mean, literally, I have 23 programs in my filing cabinet that I've done, but it wasn't even about the weight anymore. It was about physically, I was like dying inside. I mean, I felt it, and I would have these many strokes, and I would just zone out and be crying, and I didn't even know I was crying, couldn't hear my husband. He'd be in my face, and so he was freaking out, thinking I wasn't going to wake up one morning. And when we saw this, my husband came home and said, have you looked into that one program that we saw on, it was a Wayne Root? So I think it was just a blessing. If you guys stick with it, it works. It absolutely worked.
I'm telling you guys, this has been a blessing from God. We know it's a godsend. We don't have to take no meds. High blood pressure gone. Whatever you're trying to reach for to get better in, it's there through this program.
This one works, and I'm joyful, and it changed my life. And there ain't nothing you can throw at me that I can't overcome.
Welcome back to Special Report. Heart disease and cancer are the leading causes of death in the U.S., but strokes are not far behind. And strokes are the leading cause of long-term disability. Here to give us some insight on preventing strokes is founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee. Welcome back to the show, John.
Well, great to be here. And wow, I mean, that's pretty inspiring, right? Somebody that had almost a lifetime history of having strokes. And, Beau and Emily, it's so easy to avoid a stroke. The root cause of most strokes is cellular dehydration. And as you guys know, we have the patent pending science of intracellular hydration. So when you have your healthy hydration and you have healthy levels of sodium and potassium, it is almost impossible to ever have a stroke. And so that's why people that get on our protocol, even if they have a lifetime history like this lady who just shared, you can reverse that through the patent pending science of intracellular hydration. It really is reversible. And I would quickly encourage people this too, that when it is way better to be preventative, to never have a stroke. And you can easily prevent a stroke by just making sure that you have cellular hydration, you have healthy levels of sodium and potassium, inside the cells. And that's why that breakthrough science of intracellular hydration is the preventative safety net, so that you never have to worry about having a stroke.
Well, and John, there's a lot of pharmaceuticals out there. There's a lot of medications that people take, and stroke is a side effect of those medications. And sometimes they're used in combination with other drugs that have it as a combination. So tell us about what kinds of medications can be problematic for people and that actually might dehydrate them really as well at the intracellular level.
Well, unfortunately, anyone, Beau, that's on any type of diuretic, and there's probably about 50% of the medications that are recommended that if you listen to their commercials, at the end of it, they say may cause stroke, may cause heart attack, may cause death. Mm-hmm. Those are really actually on commercials. I often, challenge people. I say, why don't you just take out and write on a piece of paper every side effect that they say on a medication, then ask yourself, is it really worth it, to take care of one little symptom, but yet you're risking, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these side effects, which are stroke, heart attack, or even death.
Yeah. So John, tell us, how does Energized Health help people recover from the damage done by a stroke?
Yeah, well, the great news is, I'll tell you one quick story. I had a gentleman, in his 70s. He, had a horrific stroke, a very high-level stroke, and his whole right side was completely paralyzed. He was in a wheelchair. His 40-year-old daughter brought him to us. And by just putting him on the protocol and just hydrating at the cellular level and getting that cellular hydration back into the brain has neuroplasticity, and it creates the new neural pathways and reconnects what got short-circuited and disconnected in a stroke. So if you or a loved one has had a stroke, you really can, through intracellular hydration, you can create new neural pathways and you can get back. This guy today lives on a boat because after he recovered, he said, I'm going to do my dream. And I went to visit him and have dinner on his boat, and I had to jump up over the side of the boat because he refused to have a gangplank. I said, how come you don't use your gangplank? He said, because I can. Because I can jump up over the side of a boat at 70 years old. He said, I'm famous for it, and his life was restored.
Well, we love to hear that, John. Thank you so much for being on the show. We always love to see you.
Great seeing you guys.
All right, coming up, sexual abuse survivor Tanya Andre talks about how she turned being a victim into a new...
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up, and with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Well, have you seen the news from economists forecasting a depression, not recession? Depression by the year 2030? We are in a perfect storm as Social Security and Medicare hit a breaking point with the largest generation hitting retirement. A smaller workforce means a smaller tax base. Pair that with our growing national debt and rising cost of living, and we have a really big problem. So what are you going to do now to protect your family for the future? Gold is a safe haven in hard economic times, and Birch Gold makes it easy to diversify a portion of your savings into physical gold.
Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Protect your future today. Text America to 989898 and get your free info kit on gold and a copy of the Ultimate Guide for Gold in the Trump Era with a foreword by Donald Trump Jr. There is no obligation, only information. Birch Gold has earned the trust of countless Americans looking to safeguard their savings. You can count on them too. Text America to the number 989898 today.
Well, welcome back to Special Report. Human trafficking is a subject that really can't be talked about enough because it happens every day. And President Trump's focus on the border has also placed an uncomfortable white light on the trafficking issue and how bad border policy exacerbates that problem.
A former child abuse victim is Tanya Andre, and she has gone from victim to survivor and now thriver as an anti-trafficking missionary. She has an amazing story to tell about her evolution, and we want to welcome her now to Special Report. Tanya, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is ours. You know, Tanya, you have an incredible story that I want our audience to hear. You started the Mavuno Project back in 2009 while working in strip clubs selling jewelry. Tell us what you saw when you were selling jewelry there and what the environment was like behind the scenes that most people don't know about.
Yeah, so it was very surprising to me. The strip club is definitely not any place that I had, been in prior to my experience. But what I experienced was the horrible crime of human trafficking. I experienced girls as young as 10, 11, getting trafficked by sometimes their very own moms, forcing them to go and dance to make $1, make money, and then have to sell their bodies afterwards. So it was a very shocking experience. And me, like you said, being an abuse survivor, I started to gain empathy and understood as to how vulnerable our young children can be to such a crime like human trafficking.
So, the perception out there is that women work in strip clubs to make money, support themselves. But, what you just described was something pretty different. How many of these women are not there on their own free will?
Well, when I started working at the strip clubs, I want to believe the majority of them were not there on their own free will. I actually, going back to Immigration and Borders, I've actually met many victims that came here on false dreams, on false advertisements from countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Dominican Republic. And they were here on a false promise of getting a better life, getting a better job. And yet they were in the strip clubs being forced to dance, with a lot of them with their documents stolen. And many of them actually thought that this was a normal transaction, that coming here to the United States by what we would call a coyote was a normal transaction, and them dancing in the strip clubs was normal, like a normal business transaction. So that is what empowered the Mavuno Project to do our missionary program, where we felt like we needed to be a voice in these other countries before people came here to the United United States, and what they thought was going to be the American dream actually turned into a nightmare.
Yeah, no doubt. It sounds horrible, and we appreciate what you're doing with this project. Tanya, I understand that you are a sexual abuse survivor, as we mentioned in the intro, and part of the #Church2 movement. After seeing the movie Spotlight, I was alarmed at how prevalent abuse was in the church. So what can you tell me about its frequency?
Unfortunately, it happens, and it happens more than we think. However, we are very much on the side of the church empowerment. We want to empower the church to be able to gauge a lot of these signs and be aware of the tactics of predators that are in our churches. And so we try to work alongside them, along with our prevention and awareness programs here in the U.S., to try to shed some light on what it is to identify whether it's a victim of abuse or a victim of human trafficking.
So, Tanya, based on President Trump's focus on the border and trafficking, do you think that we're going to see places like strip clubs be looked at a little bit closer? When can we start to put an end to trafficking at these types of places?
I definitely hope so, that these areas that actually are unspoken, not a lot of people talk about human trafficking within the strip club environment. I do hope that we will be looking at these places more in depth. However, what I do believe is that when we are now enforcing border laws and, enforcing all of those policies, I do fear that now our children here in the United States will be more looked at. Not that, other children are not important. That's not what I'm saying. What can happen is that children now coming through the border, we hope that will diminish, but yet the heightened crimes will now be within children domestically here in the United States, which is why we developed our Safe Schools, Safe Kids, Safe Communities program, which goes into the public schools to prevent our children here in the U.S. of these horrible crimes.
Yeah, and Tanya, there were about 300,000 children that were basically unaccounted for and lost during the Biden administration. And so those are kids that are still missing now. We don't know where they are. So we hope that this new focus on the border and immigration will find those 300,000 missing children, because they have to be ripe for trafficking, I would think. And the sad part about it is America is such a huge consumer of human trafficking, which I think is perhaps some of the most devastating news out there. And, Tanya, thinking about the Super Bowl just last night, a lot of people don't know that the Super Bowl location, wherever it is one of the most ripe locations for trafficking in the world. How exactly does that happen?
Well, it happens because, every time there's a large sporting event going on, it heightens the tourism in the area, right? People are traveling from planes, Ubers, train. There's such a big flow of movement in and out. It's easy to get children in there, girls that are trying to be trafficked, boys, men that are being trafficked into a location where everyone is there to party, have a good time, and watch a football game, right? If we're at a local bar near where the Super Bowl is taking place and there's a watch party going on, you're not thinking human trafficking. You're thinking, I'm gonna drink my beer, watch a good football game. And unfortunately, like you said, America is the #1 in demand. And it is unfortunate that some people, they equate having fun and cheering along their winning team or their losing team to now having sex with a minor.
God, that's just awful. So sickening to even think about. How does your work with the Mavuno Project work to end trafficking?
Well, we are focused on prevention. Like I said, we go into the schools here locally, and then we take our programming into different countries internationally to prevent children. That is the passion of what we do. Our mission is to prevent human trafficking with the power of education and a message of hope. And our vision is that all children and families have the opportunity to live a life of freedom and find hope for tomorrow. So that is the way that the Mavuno Project has found its niche on being a voice of awareness and prevention in this world.
It's beautiful, beautifully spoken, Tanya. And even though you were abused in the church, you mentioned this earlier, you have what you call disruptively obeyed God and not turned your back on him. And I think that's amazing because a lot of people who probably would have had your experience would have turned away from the church, turned away from God, said, I want no part of this because of what happened to me. You became a missionary, though, and you obeyed God disruptively. Tell us about that.
Well, that was a long journey, and that was a journey of healing, actually surrendering my life back to Christ, right? And knowing that just as there's good in the world, there's also evil in the world, and there are evil people, and that is not necessarily God's fault. People have free will to either do good or do bad. So I knew that I was loved. I thank God for the amazing parents that I had, that from a young age, they always told me who I was and whose I was, that I was a child of God, that I was created with purpose and for a purpose. So all of that stayed within me, stayed in my heart to let me know and let me see that God had a plan for my life, and that I can turn this evil that happened to me into a positive story and turn it into a beacon of light and to expose darkness and help all other children that could possibly be going through the same thing that I went through.
Wow, Tanya, that is so inspiring, such an uplifting perspective on the things that you've had to go through. Really, really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show and share your story with us today.
Thank you.
All right. Now be sure to check out Special Report along with all of our Rav'S shows now on iHeart Podcasts.
And we honestly want to hear from all of you on Gettr. So if you haven't joined, go and check out the app. And if you're already there, reach out to us and let us know what you think of Special Report. We'll see you tomorrow. Now stay tuned for War Room.
America stands at a turning point. The first 100 days of President Trump's administration will shape the future of